Hello everyone, and welcome to Laurence Plays, where we're here for part, I think it's about the fifth stream now, and I haven't unpaused the game, there we go, of Jen's first factory. So this is where Jen over here in the red is exploring the intricacies of Factorio for the first time ever, and with me along to make things possibly easier, possibly harder. So welcome everyone. Hello to Play Not and Persistent, and thank you both of you for your resubs, and that's got a hype train going as well. So yeah, obligatory. Hey, if you want to keep the hype train going, keep subscribing and things will keep popping up and making happy noises, and that's always a good thing. So right, let's have a quick look at what was going on last week, and if I flick over to showing my view rather than Jen's first, because then I'm in control of the camera, and that allows me to sort of point at things a bit. And so we started off last week by trying to expand the blue science a little bit down here, and that's gone quite well. We've now got more machines making red circuits. We've got a load of machines making blue science packs, and that has backed up all the way. So we have more blue science than we know what to do with. Perhaps because there isn't actually any research happening at the moment. But anyway, we'll come back to that. So that's been expanded significantly. However, we then got a little bit of bother, shall we say, from the natives, and so we've now got some gun turrets arrayed over here because some of them were coming in this way, and then because they're unhelpful characters, they decided to come in a different place as well, and they were finding their way up around the top side here, and they were coming in over at the top here, and that was causing all kinds of problems. And so, that's another sub. Who's that one from? Is that Persistent's giving out community subs to everybody. Thank you very much, Persistent. This is going to cause a lot of cheering for the next mumble time. But thank you very much. I appreciate it, and lots of that's good. That's got us to a level 3 hype train as well. That's a Twitch thing. Who knows? So yes, the biters were coming around the top side here, so we put in these turrets on down here, and this is a fantastic choke point because it means they can shoot across the water, but the biters can't get at them. So we've got the water acting as a completely impervious wall, and as you can see, that's allowing us to absolutely slaughter the biters over here. So that's going really, really well. As well as that, what else happened? We've got some. You've got some automation going on here for working towards grey science. So the last thing that happened at the end of the stream was Jen got the grenades working over here and the and the red ammo here, and also we've got blue assemblers being made up here en masse now. I don't remember if we had that. We were doing that before. I don't know whether that was. I don't remember for sure whether that was last week or not. But it's a thing that is being done. And I suspect, oh yes, down here we've got turrets being made as well, so that's handy because we're going to need quite a lot of them, I suspect, because things are going to be a little messy, I guess. I think that's everything that happened in the last stream. It's certainly all of the important things. So now let's pass back over to Jen, and she can tell us what's going to happen this stream. Go. No pressure.
Okay, no pressure. The plan, I think, for me is I would like to get to grey science set up, and I'd also like to automate splitters because we haven't done that yet, and I think they're getting more handy as we get more complex.
Yeah, pocket crafting gets on fairly quickly.
Designs. So that is my plan. Obviously, whether the biters will put a kibosh on that. Oh, and I've got a warning actually on the map. Let me see what's going on. A warning.
Ooh.
There was a warning?
I wasn't paying enough attention. I didn't notice a warning.
I saw it.
I don't see anything that's been destroyed, but I mean, it is possible.
It was down here.
I can just hear constant cheering because Persistent gave away 10 subscriptions to the channel, and so every time someone subscribes, I get a cheering sound, and it's just working its way through them all. This pipe.
No.
Okay, I don't see any damage on it. Oh yeah, that was the other thing we did last week. We put in a load of radars to keep an eye on more distant parts of the base, so we can have a look at things. Hello, Factorio for love. I'd say we're good. Trying not to yawn too much.
Okay.
Yeah, things are going well. Jen thought she saw an alert, and we're trying to. I wasn't paying enough attention, so I'm not sure where that was. So I'm having a bit of a look around at them.
There's definitely something on the map, but I can't see anything.
Yeah.
So whether there was some biters, does it warn for biters coming over?
It warns if biters are damaging things, and it makes a scary noise if the biters actually destroy anything. But I don't see any damage.
Yeah.
Well, should we just if it's important, then something will break, or we'll hear another alarm. So yeah, we'll
okay.
See how it goes.
We'll carry on. Right. So back up here. I just need to remind myself on what we needed to do grey science. So have a look.
Underground pipes would perhaps be a good idea, but she hasn't thought of it, so she hasn't done it. Basically, that's how it works in this. I'm just mostly letting her get on with it and see what happens, and then trying to and offering nudges here and there as required.
Right. I'm just trying to remember where I'd got to.
Yeah, so you've got the piercing magazines, they're just above you. And you've got the grenades just off to the right. So you've got 2 out of the 3 things being made there.
Is the grenades actually doing anything?
It's probably just filled up its internal buffer. Yeah, it works. It's just got 4 grenades in itself, and it can't, and therefore it's not bothering to build any more because it's full. So that's fine.
Okay.
I imagine the piercing ammo is doing exactly the same. It also got up to 4, and it's gone. Well, I'm not going to bother making any more. You clearly don't want them that much.
So we need wall. Oops.
Sausages or ice cream?
Yeah, but I'm glad you got that as well because I was just thinking there's sausages and walls joke there, but
yeah.
Right. So how do we do walls? What's walls? What does walls need?
So, biters I know the turrets have been happy, right? Yeah. So this pipe along here is actually a functional pipe. It's going. This one is bringing the water in from a lake down to over here where it's being down over here where it's being used to make the sulfur. This pipe is bringing the crude oil in all the way from this crude area down here, down here where we're mining the oil. So the pipes are both entirely functional. They may also be useful for defence as well, but they were placed there to be functional. And from here, you can see why we're getting the biter attacks up here. It's because there's this tiny little bit of land down here that they can cross. So they'll come streaming down here, and then get to about here and go, ooh, look, a shortcut. And they'll come across here, and then make their way up along the edge, round here, trying to get to this area, because I think this is the area that triggers them. And then they'll come up here and throw themselves against these turrets. So that's lovely. And back over to your regularly scheduled gen footage.
So I've just looked up on how to create walls, which is what we need, what the next ingredient we need over here. So that is stone bricks that we need for that. Stone bricks. So, where do we have some stone?
You might want to turn off the pollution view because it just makes it easier to read the map. So that's the red teardrop thing and underneath them. Yeah, that one. Colours are a little bit nicer and easier to read. So that sort of beigeish patch just to the right of there is your stone patch.
Okay, so that's already coming up somewhere.
If you zoom in a bit more, you'll be able to see better what's going on.
Yes. Okay, so that's going over there. Got quite a lot of stuff on that, so I'm thinking, is this one doing? It is doing.
Yeah, those are stone bricks.
So I've got stone bricks going to there, so I'm wondering if I can bring one off over to there, which I'm sure I can.
Seems reasonable. Obviously, you have some important learning to do, Persistent. The game knows you better than you do.
Just trying to work out where best to run it from and to. How are my underground belts? Right,
Quite a lot of them. You seem to be quite well supplied for belts. I think you're going to be okay for doing a bit of building of running your belts around and such like.
Yeah. Right. Oh, I want the machine here.
That's how you build another one, not how you place one. You don't need to build them at the moment. You've automated the construction of all these things, so you can just grab them out of your inventory. Yep, that works.
Then got belt doing very little over here. I'm just wondering if I can just use the other side to it.
If you're not careful, that will end up sending your whatever you put onto it all the way down this belt off to wherever it goes, and that may be something you don't want to do.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just have another belt.
Yeah, the spaghetti must grow.
Okay. I'm thinking maybe a long-handled inserter to run a belt along the side to go feed into this. Am I getting stuff off it? That's a future Jenny's problem, I'm sure. It's fine. Go with that one later.
Future Jenny can have many problems.
Yes. Always the case, right? Okay. Let's bring this from here. Where am I going with it before I start running it? I haven't really decided where I'm running it. If I take from here as well. Here, yeah. I take from here as well. Am I gonna screw this up? It seems like it's making enough.
Yeah, you're not using very many of the
should be
bricks
okay.
off that belt because all that's feeding is the machine that's making the oil refineries, and you aren't using all that many oil refineries, should we say?
Mm.
It's like you've used
Thinking
one,
I'll
I
put
think.
yeah. Thinking I'll put the belt in first, and then
Yeah, that makes sense. If you put the belt in first, then it's less likely to have minor crises as you sort of start putting other bits and pieces. You're not going to end up with a massive inventory full of stone or stone bricks because you've had to pick up a load of belts got a load of stone bricks on it. Also, you're not going to end up with stone bricks on your whatever other belt because you've accidentally linked it in the wrong place.
yeah.
That's not working. Oh, now you've broken it.
Oh
Horrible
no!
things have
Oh
happened.
no! Oh no!
Right, so there's a
Oh
number of
no!
problems here.
Can't do that.
Yeah. So one of the problems is here, ping, where you'll notice, and also here, where you'll see that the underground belt hasn't been able to go. You've only got an out and then an in along there on different sides. The belt isn't feeding anywhere useful because if you want a belt to go under something like that, it needs room to go to pop up and then go under again. And remember that yellow belts can't go all that far underneath. So a single square gap like this, you can't have an underground belt pop up and go back down again. Also, you're feeding all of your green circuits through. Also, you're feeding in lots of green circuits over here because weird things have happened with the belt. This is going to take some tidying up. And then over here, weird things have happened as well. Now over here, you've got all instead of feeding the steel and the pipes onto this belt, they're going over this way as well. So yeah, chaos has happened basically.
I caused chaos. This is a good start. Good start today.
Yeah, definitely. So that is the risk of just dragging a belt straight across when you're without paying very much attention to what's happening. You can end up with unfortunateness is happening, shall we say. The game tries to be smart about working out what you want to do with the belts, but if you go straight through the middle of where there's loads and loads of other stuff happening, it doesn't know what you're trying to do. It tries to guess. It's not very good at it, and everything goes weird. Alright, so that's that one fixed. Good. Now this one's a bit more complicated. Can you remember what it was like? Can you work out how to fix it?
Yikes. Well, this is the belt that is wrong.
Yep.
So was that just attached to there?
Yes, it was.
Oh.
If it makes you feel any better, I've made this sort of screw up many times myself as well. Where I've tried to drag a belt through. It's usually when I've wanted to go. When is it usually happens? I think it's usually if I'm trying to drag a belt across. Yeah, I think it's if I want to go underneath another belt that's going in the same direction because it happens to be a wiggle like that. Then it breaks. And there's something else that seems a bit more sensible of a reason to be placing a belt like that also breaks. But basically, it's not quite. It doesn't realise what you want to do as an underground belt. So you might need to put in the undergrounds manually, and you might also need to think quite carefully about where you're going to try and put the underground belts in order for it to work.
Yeah. Or I'd just go around there and create more spaghetti.
That is also a possibility. Yeah, just build wherever you feel like.
Yeah. I think I'll just do that. Because why not?
Yeah, why not? Space is indeed infinite. I mean, eventually you run out of space that has been pacified and have to start fighting biters. But in theory, in the Factorio world is not technically infinite. However, there is zero chance of you finding the edges of it. If in doubt, go round the outside. Round the outside, round the outside.
I think we go.
No, that looks right. Well,
I think I'll be too close to that other one. Yikes. I That's that one up. No, not that way. I'm not close enough there, am I?
No, you were right the first time, with your original vertical belt. But never mind. It's okay.
Oh no.
This is why you didn't. This is why you haven't linked to the first end of the belt up yet, isn't it? Very sensible.
Yes, this is exactly why. Oh, and we don't want to link it to that. Okay. Okie dokie. So that's going to there. Put a long handled. Will that reach there, or do I need it there?
You would have to put one where you're standing, or where you were standing a moment ago. Yeah. Here, in order for it to reach in this column, in order for it to reach into this machine.
Okay, so I need to move this actually over to here. So,
yeah.
Can I put one here where you're standing?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. If you put one where I'm standing, it'll pick up from where you're standing. It's amusing to see your character doing these little twitch movements as you're picking belts up.
No. There. Okay.
Yeah, that looks alright.
And then we want a long-handled one, I think, to reach that way.
Yep, that will do. That will load. You can see the white box that's appeared on the belt when you were holding it there. Because you have the inserter there. So the white box is showing you where it's picking up from, and the other white box is showing you where it's putting down. So you can be confident that that's picking up from the belt and putting it down into the assembling machine.
Perfect.
Or into the what they call that. Only they're called assembling machines. It's in Satisfactory where they're called assemblers, and I don't know, different game. Played too many games, clearly.
Too many games, right? So let's see how we put this up. So I think we need a splitter. Please.
Looks good.
Like that. There's always the little bit that I get a little bit confused about.
Right. So you're just using
here.
it to split. So you don't need to do anything clever there.
Don't need to do anything.
The splitter is absolutely fine as
it's only when we actually only want one side of it that we need to do that.
Yes, if you're doing funny things with the splitter, then you need to program it. If you're just having it split or merge, then it's easy. You just tell it to go and you put it in, and you don't even have to tell it anything. It will just work. TM.
So get off there and tell this what I want it to do. I want it to make walls.
Right.
Item ingredients shortage, but the stone's on its way, so
yeah, it's coming round.
Should start making them in a bit, hopefully.
Be coming round the factory when it comes. Okay, good. So you have now. Well, you're not actually making walls, but you're essentially you're at the point where you're basically making walls now. So
I need to put those somewhere.
Yes.
I need to put all this somewhere. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we are on. So, fixing rounds, magazine, grenade, and walls. So we need to take all of those things out of these things. Piston rounds, walls, and grenades.
Yep.
And put them into another thingy.
Correct.
How am I going to get them out? That's the question.
Traditionally, with inserters. That's the usual way to get things out.
Okay.
That's
how I'm going to get them out. But where am I going to put them is the question.
Yeah. You've painted yourself into a little bit of a corner.
Myself in.
I
kind of have.
It's not impossible. You can get all of the stuff out from there. But yes, you've not made it easy for yourself, put it that way.
No, I have not. Okay.
So I suspect the long-handed inserters are going to be your friends. But do remember, if you want to, you can put in underground belts to free up a little bit more space into specific chunks of. If there's a little bit of belt that's in the way, you can get rid of it with an underground belt. Or rather, you can put it somewhere. You can use an underground belt to make sure it goes somewhere else. You don't need to do that, but that might be the way that you decide you want to do it.
Yeah. Okay. I want those. I want those. I want these. Do. This is being used for something else. Okay, could run about here. Long handles, and that can get off. And that off. This one is a little bit more complicated.
You don't need to get the yellow ammo out.
Not yellow.
It's only
it's
the
red one, isn't it?
Yeah.
The red one, yes.
I mean, everything technically has a fancy name, like piercing ammo versus what's yellow ammo actually called? Versus firearm magazine versus piercing rounds magazine. They all have their posh fancy names, but yellow ammo and red ammo is what basically everyone calls them.
Yeah.
It's like the science packs. They all have names as well, but we're just calling them grey because it is. Then we've got red and green and blue and purple, white, yellow. Not in that order. Yeah, I think that's all of them.
Okay. Can I put stuff in a box and then take it out of the box as well?
You can. Actually, I was going to say it's usually wasteful. However, in the case of these things, this is all stuff that could be quite useful. You might want to grab some red ammo for yourself at some point. You might want to grab some walls. You might want to grab some grenades. They're all useful things. So in this particular case, actually putting stuff into boxes could potentially be quite useful.
Mm.
That's what you're doing with the engines over here.
Yeah. I was only really thinking for the red ammo.
Okay.
As opposed to the others. Just because of the location of the ammo. I could put the box here and then move it over to a bell.
Okay.
To then go into grey science. So we need some more room somewhere for grey science, but because thinking we want to mass produce, don't we? Probably.
Everything needs to be mass produced, yes, especially science. Well, all the science packs and everything that makes them needs to be mass produced. Yeah, you will need quite a lot of sciences. I've never actually looked up how many science packs you need to complete the game.
Okay, so do we want to take that over perhaps there? Start running belt, but not quite how I did earlier. So I don't want to cause myself that many issues. Oh, just spaghetti. Wow. Okay.
There's lots of people talking about how fast to make science packs. I'm just wondering. I just want to know the total number required to make the to do all of the researches to the point where you. Here we go. Good old Reddit. Right, in 1.0 you require 55,000 red science, 54,000 green science, 28,000 grey science, 44,000 blue, 20,000 purple, and 27,000 yellow. So there, that gives you an idea of the sort of numbers we're talking about here.
It's a lot.
Also, you're not doing any research at the moment. I don't know how much you care.
Oh yeah, that's the point. Let's get some on the go. Got all this backing up somewhere, I think.
Yeah, all your science packs have completely backed up at this point, all the way back up to their assembly machines. So yeah, you can go nuts. Research frenzy. So, is there anything you want me to talk about while you're poking at them and looking at them?
What's this? Oh, landmine. Do you want to?
That needs grey science. But I've never really used landmines, so I'll be interested to find out what they're like. But I think you put them in the ground and a biter runs over them and they go boom and hopefully kills the biter. Who knows? Or maybe they just make the biter angry. I'm not sure.
I haven't really got as far as like rails and stuff yet.
Yeah, not a lot of trains running yet, which is always very sad, but trains are fun.
Are they easier to drive than cars?
Well, they're on rails, so... but the power of them is that they can be automated, like many, many other things in the game.
Okay. And gates? What's a...
Gate, if you build a wall, a gate allows you to go through the wall. It's an opening in the wall that will open and close, so you can get through. Your trains, your vehicles, all that sort of stuff can get through, but the biters can't.
Armor?
Modular armor is the third tier of armor, and with modular armor, you can start putting things in the armor's accessory slots. That it has an equipment grid in it, and that allows you to have things like a personal roboport. What else do you get? I can't remember what else you get at the very, very, very early stages. Personal solar panels and batteries and various other things that allow your suit to allow your trousers to do things automatically for you.
Okay, I might start research on that.
Okay. Labs have kicked into gear. Science disco is running.
Excellent. Right.
Right, now you can try and go grey.
Yes.
Incidentally, in case you're curious, armour is the reason I've got a mask on and you haven't. If you look very closely at our characters. Also, you put those underground belts the wrong way around.
Yeah.
Okay. As long as you know, that's all that matters.
Do they have to leave a gap, or can they just be next to each other?
Either is fine.
An underground belt's turn.
Sorry?
An underground belt's turn.
No. It has to be the underground section has to be straight. Hello, Urim. I'd say it's going quite well. We've realised it's time to start making military science. I say we. Jen has decided to start making military science because biters are coming over and lowering the property values of the neighbourhood. So far, as you can see there right in the middle of the screen, she's got red ammo and walls and grenades up and running. So she's now trying to come up with a cunning way to get them off and turn them into grey science packs. She's also forgotten how long her arms aren't. I would install long reach, but if we've got an unmodded run, we might get the odd achievement here and there. Oh, hello, Mike. Yes, you managed to catch us. Yeah, we are streaming as usual and trying not to make too much of a mess of things. And yeah, I think it's going quite well so far. We've got some lovely spaghetti forming, and and Jen is disappearing off with a belt. Good. I don't know.
I'm making more spaghetti.
I'm not the boss of her. Not in the game, anyway.
Oh, no, there's a cliff.
I have no idea where you're going, but okay. It'll be fun to find out.
You're making space over here for my lab.
That's true.
For my science lab.
That's true. There is quite a bit of space over there. And that's an area that hasn't been harassed by biters yet, so it's probably a good place to build.
Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. Right. So that'll get these off here. Unhandled. Bum bum bum. Dum.
Now remember, belts have two sides. So you could potentially have something else go around on that belt if you can work out how to get it onto the other side of that belt without tying yourself in knots.
Oh no.
I have indeed considered an Ultra Cube playthrough. I think that's fairly high on my list of things that I think sound interesting and I quite want to try. I haven't got time to do one of those before Factorio 2 comes out, so I won't be doing it in the very near future. However, once I've played a bit of Factorio 2, once I've completed Factorio 2 and Space Age, then I'll be trying to decide what to do next. And I think Ultra Cube definitely looks very, very interesting, so I think I might give that one a shot. if Jen hasn't been scared off and fancies doing something a bit more complicated, I might even invite her along. But they might be going from first playthrough in vanilla to straight onto something like Ultra Cube might be a little bit much. Maybe we should be a little more gentle first. Especially as she's currently umming and erring over how to get two things onto the same belt.
I know I've done this before. Sure, I think.
You've certainly done something similar enough that you should be able to hopefully work it out from that before. I don't know if you've done exactly this before.
Oh no.
I'm sure you'll be fine. Also, there's a really bright LED on the front of my webcam, and I've been meaning to put a piece of tape over for absolutely ages, so let's do that now. There we go. It did have some masking tape on it, but the masking tape seems to have fallen off, and I've now used gaffer tape, which unfortunately means I can't tell whether the light's on at all, because it's just completely blocked it. But previously, it was quite nice, because it just muted it a little bit, and it was a lot easier a lot less dazzling. But I don't have any masking tape on my desk, but I do have a roll of gaffer tape for reasons.
Okay, while I ponder on that one, I'm just going to, because the research was finished, so I'm just going to get another one on the go.
Okay.
Might just do these easy ones just to get them gone, and then we can move on to.
Yeah, I haven't. Actually, I don't have to admit, I don't tend to watch very many videos of other people playing Factorio. I don't have the right sort of attention span, unfortunately. But yeah, I've certainly heard interesting things about it, about Ultra Cube, and I do fancy trying it. I think the thing is when 2 and Space Age come out, well, there's a couple of things. One is that everything is suddenly going to... All the mods are going to be out of date. So unless you stick with the older version of Factorio, you're going to have problems there. So you need to wait for all the authors to update them. And from experience, I know that if I'm on an old version of absolutely anything, then I spend half my streams answering people who are asking me why I'm on the old version. Because when I was doing space exploration, we hung back for a little while to let some of the updates happen, to let bug fixes happen on some of the updates, so we didn't do them straight away, and a lot of people asked why we weren't on the latest version. So there's that, and also with me being a streamer, I want to do the new fancy thing as soon as I possibly can, because if I play Factorio 2 as soon as it comes out, then that'll be interesting and exciting for all my viewers. If I wait 6 months to do it, then they'll all have they'll have gone somewhere else to watch other people playing it. So I should try and be with the times.
What do stack inserters do?
Stack inserters pick up multiple things at once. So it all has to be the same thing. But for example, you see this red inserter that's swinging back. This red inserter that's swinging back and forth because it's passing bricks over as fast as it possibly can, but that's not fast enough. A stack inserter it wouldn't be able to reach as far because they are only short-handed ones. However, it would be able to pick up, I think it's about 6 or 8 or something like that at the beginning of the game at a time and pass them over. It also moves faster. So it's like in the same way that going from yellow to blue inserters means you can pass things through a lot more quickly. Going from blue to green means you can again pass things through even more quickly. So when you've got high throughput, they're fantastic for loading and unloading machines very quickly.
Okay, I see. It doesn't help me with my current dilemma, but okay.
No.
Nice to know.
Yeah, the Space K2SE run went well. We did all of the non-infinite and non-semi-infinite researches. So yeah, we did. I say we got to where we wanted to do. We solved the Fenestra puzzle, and there are going to be we had a retrospective stream where we talked about all of the things we'd learned and the friends we made along the way and that sort of thing. And those I'm splitting up into videos. The first of which will be coming out on Friday. It's already out for supporters, but it'll be coming out on Friday for non-supporters. So if you stick around, make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, etc., and you'll see it when it pops up, and that'll give you a bit of an impression about how things were going in the how things went for us, what we described. You might want to look at that belt there, Jen. Go back south again. That's the sort of thing you're trying to do. You just run past it. I should be obnoxious for you. It's talent.
Thank you very much.
In fact, that's exactly what you're trying to
do. Okay. Yes. I recall this.
Yeah, so that said, even though we finished K2SE, Tristan and Mark have carried on playing it a bit further as well. So I've made one update video for sort of since we finished, and I shall be making more in the future as they get more stuff done. And again, that's one that I think is out for supporters already. Well, sort of out for supporters, depending on how you define out, and will be coming out for non-supporters a week on Friday. So you see, you get early access to stuff if you're a supporter. That's one of the ways I like to say thank you to people. Now we get to the excitement of watching Jen's brain melt. Jen's brain melt. I suppose of Jane's Bren. Well, you've got one put on the floor. Oh, and another one on the floor. It will just keep doing that, I'm afraid. If you keep picking them up. Good. Now, the only problem with this is that you're going to you've now got the walls on the opposite side of the belt to the side they were on before. However, that's nothing that just going around and picking them all up and putting them in your inventory can't sort out. Previously, they were on the left-hand side of the belt. Now they're on the right-hand side of the belt.
Yeah. So go and pick them up from the end point, wherever they've got to.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to now connect this. If I just take it. Okay.
You have a nice shiny belt there already. Oh, you don't want to use it. Okay then, fine.
Oh, I suppose I could have just taken it up there, couldn't I? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, can I do that?
Yeah. Yeah, things can be directly adjacent to each other, and as long as they don't feed onto each other, and as long as they're not pipes, that's the exception, then it doesn't matter. So, like, for example, here you have two belts running absolutely right next to each other. That doesn't cause any problems at all, because they're not feeding onto each other. Again, same up here, you've got two belts right next to each other. That is absolutely fine. That is less fine.
No! Broke it.
If you're just building a belt a short distance, sometimes it can be easier to just sort of click and drag or click and click and click and click rather than run. You don't have to run when you're putting a belt down. So you could click there and then click there again. Yeah, that's fine. And then think about this carefully. Excellent. Off go the walls.
Right. Okay, so now I need to just go and tidy the other side of those up.
Yep. A rapid unscheduled disassembly, you say, persistent, eh? You're probably using your keyboard too loudly. F is the key you're looking for, Jen.
Thanks.
Num 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 num. Right, so that's walls making their way round there. That's good. They're there.
Yeah, right. They're my new ones on the right side. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's my walls. And I can get my grenades going on now because I've done the prep work for that. So they'll come onto this belt and then go around there.
Yeah. Correct.
One of those. Oh no, I need power.
I'll help with that. There we go.
Thank you.
Little balls of excitement.
And little grenades going around. Excellent. Okay, so right, so that's those going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to get this going around now. See the cogs turning here. I don't see that there's anything to stop me running a belt from here, just so long as I make sure I don't attach it to this one.
Yeah, seems. I agree. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. For your reference, that wouldn't have attached if you'd gone one further south with it like that. It would have been absolutely fine.
Okay.
It wouldn't join onto the belt because they're going in opposite directions.
Uh,
But the amount of belt you put in is also absolutely fine. I'm just sort of trying to be educational.
just want to be mega sure that I'm not going to mess my belts up again because I've already caused chaos a few times today doing that. But...
Nothing wrong with a little bit of chaos.
Yeah. Can I run under sonars?
Yeah, they're only three across, so yeah, I'll be fine. You can go under. You can go under 4, so you could go under a radar and a row of boxes like that. But also, there's room just above it to go through as well. But yeah, the underground belts will easily go underneath a radar. You're right though. The radars do sound like sonars.
Oops.
Which is a little bit silly.
Actually, we'll put the belt right. Let me sort my grey science lab type things out next before I decide where I'm going to run the belt.
Sounds sensible.
Remind myself I need lab-wise. I think I need production machines, and then they go into labs. Well, I'm stuck. There we go. Yeah, I kind of want to.
Yeah, so you've got here, for example, you've got a row of green science labs producing, and then they're fed onto a belt, and they trundle along the belt, and they go into the actual labs themselves. So a row of assembly machines. Yeah.
Kind of want to just do what I'm doing here, really. I think.
Yeah, and the only real difference is that is the number of inputs. So yeah, it's basically the same.
So we've got 3 inputs as opposed to 2 on the green science. That can go on the other side, but then where I'm going to output them to. Boom, boom, boom. How many inputs do we have for blue science?
That's a 3-input recipe.
Yeah. So I kind of want to actually then replicate almost what we've got going on with blue science.
Yeah.
Out here. Yeah. So 2 on one side, 2 and 1 on the other side.
Yeah.
Sort of different way around, but that's okay. Good.
If you want to, if you remember the copy and paste.
Thinking ghost. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do some. I'm gonna have to do some work then. In that case. If you move while you're holding the mouse button, you can drag it further if you want to. Okay. If you're annoyed by having that on the screen, you can press Q to get rid of it, and then Control V or paste to get it back again. And in fact, when you're looking through your paste buffer, if you do Shift and scroll wheel, then you can scroll through all the various different things you copied in the past, which can sometimes be useful.
I don't know what I've pressed. I've pressed something.
It was probably Q. It usually is.
Oh yeah.
So press Control V to paste, and then you can decide where you want to put that. You can use R to rotate it. You will be able to use F to flip it if you want, and just get it to where you want it to be. And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I find I don't have any of the stuff I actually need to build it, but never mind.
Where's my other belt? Oh, there it is. Right, okay. Just getting with the program there. So if I have it here, yeah, I'm thinking there. Because then we can run this belt down to join here, and we can run this belt down to join here. Where am I around there?
Oop. I'm not as accurate as a real construction bot. Occasional mistakes were made.
Yeah. Maybe at some point I'll take pity and you make some construction bots, but
Maybe.
okay. Then we need these to go somewhere. While Laurence is doing that, we've got a belt. We need them to go into the same science labs.
Yes, if you want to do a science,
Where
the lab
are we?
needs to contain all of the packs required to research that science. Oh, I've run out of long inserts.
So we need to run it. Need to run it down here to my labs. My labs are here. Okay.
Sadly, just because I'm playing a construction bot at the moment doesn't mean I get to fly.
No.
Right, so that, oh, not quite. I suppose I should plug it all in as well.
Pretty much just run one up. Let's do that. Okay. Bye. Okay. Gonna get them in though.
Right, your your production area is complete. It's not actually an abomination. I'm being mean.
Yeah, you are being mean. It means my my amazing designs. Thank you. Randomly starting research.
Fair. Rail signals are useful. I think they're useful. You might disagree, but
Just working out how to get the grey science into here. Can we, with these labs, can you put them in from a different side? Can we like pick them up from over here and put them into these ones, or does it have to be from the top?
No, it can go in. You can go in from any side of them. Anything. I think absolutely anything where you're using an inserter, it can be inserted from any direction.
So we can run it down here.
Yeah. And
have we got the room actually for an inserter? Yeah.
But if you put them into the bottom labs won't insert them into the middle and upper labs.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ask. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, that specific block needs them to be put into the machines across the top. But that's because of the way we've arranged the inserters, rather than anything inherently to do with the labs.
So but I can still fit it into this one and it'll then go across, or do I have to put it up here?
If you put them in. Research packs will be passed from lab to lab if there's an inserter going in the correct direction. I'm not quite sure exactly what your question was, so I don't know if that answers
it. I'm trying to work out if I can run a belt basically to here.
That would work with the right column of labs, but they wouldn't get magically passed over to the left because there's no inserters in there to do so.
There's no inserter.
Yeah. There is an obvious, I think is a more obvious solution, but I don't think you've realised it yet. It'll only work for this one. It won't work for any more. But at the moment, there is another way you could do it.
Can I get it going onto the other side of this belt?
Yes, you could.
Okay. So I need it to go onto that side. I've got quite a backlog of blue here.
Yeah, you can, if you need to, you can pick them up and just chuck them in a lab. That's absolutely fine. Mike is saying that rail signals are just if you don't enjoy the thrill of knowing whether a train is coming straight for you or not. Standard Mike helpfulness.
So we need a T. T, T, T.
Your favourite
Trying to
thing.
work out where to put it. Mm-hmm.
Now, if you think about a T shape, you've got two arms going in and one sort of stem. You've got two arms and one stem. Does thinking about it like that help? Because you've got the two arms are sort of equivalent and the stem is different. So when you're putting belts together, can you think of there's two things that are similar, equivalent, and then one thing that's a bit different?
Huh?
Okay, maybe I'm being too cryptic because I'm trying not to just
Me.
say, "Hey, look at it like this."
I'm trying to work out because obviously they've got to go against each other
Yes.
and then one belt.
Yep.
But that's going from that side, which I don't want to obviously start. So I need it.
You want to think about how you can get another belt coming in directly against pointing in the opposite direction of the belt that's already feeding in the blue sciences. Yes.
Yeah.
You also need to be standing slightly closer than that to place them.
I do that. And then
Thunderous applause. I mean, there's a little bit of tidy up to do, but we knew about that already because there's already blue 10 blue bottles hanging on the belt. More than 10.
You just pick them from one side, or
Yes, if you're standing far enough away. So if you go above the belt and try pressing F there, see if you pick anything up. Yeah, there you go. So you did in fact grab them just off the one side of the belt. You might need to hold F down to pick them up as you run along it. There we go. Right, and I suggest you put them in one of the labs so that they actually get used up. Otherwise, you're just holding them on. You're wasting inventory space on them basically. So you look in your inventory, grab the science packs, and then just control click on a lab to drop them into it. And it looked like you had some other science packs in your inventory as well, I think. With this. Yeah, you've got some grey ones for some reason, which is an odd thing to have, given you haven't started making them yet, but you've got them anyway, so you might as well put them somewhere useful as well. You must have pocket crafted them by mistake, by misclicking on something.
probably I do that a lot.
It's easily done. It's taken me a long time to... I'm not even sure I have broken myself of that habit.
Right, so we want to run this now. Wait. Okay. Run.
It's like it's chasing you.
Run. Are you stood somewhere vaguely near my things?
Vaguely.
Yeah, there they are. Okay.
Yes, your shiny new... Well, it seems to be set up as a blue science factory at the moment, but, that's because that's what the other one was and you copy-pasted it.
Oh. Okay. Actually, before I connect these then, let's just fix this.
The cog button's next to that. No, you're in the right place. Yeah, that one. Nice. And do you remember I told you about copy-pasting between the machines so you don't have to set each one up manually?
Oh, yeah.
Shift right-click and then shift left-click to paste. You do need to be in touching distance for that to work, though.
Oh.
So there you go. Those machines have now started picking up the grenades and the walls to get them ready to start building.
Yay.
So Nearly there.
Nearly there. So let's just that away.
That away.
That away. Okay. What have I missed?
Right, so you've got two of your inputs are coming down the belt.
Something's
third
not
one is
coming
not there.
down. Go see what's going on.
Yeah, you've got the right idea with debugging. You see a problem, you work out why there's a problem, and then you follow it back until you find the source of the problem, and you have.
Indeed. Because I didn't do this bit. Oh, get me some power, please.
I'm nowhere near. Fine.
Fine, I'll do it myself. Can't get the staff. Oh no. Huh?
Yeah, that seems to be working.
Why spaghetti?
Yeah, there's actually a mod you can install called I think it's called cable comb or wire comb or something like that. That's supposed to neaten up your the cables between the pylons. I've never actually used it because I'm not quite that OCD. I'm just OCB.
I'm over here just to watch my first grey science being made. Once it's ready. Doop, 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 doop. Is there anyone in? Oh yeah, they're coming. They're coming. They're coming. It's exciting.
Oh Lord, they come in. Chug, 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 chug. Go the assembly machines.
Yay!
Woohoo! Grey science!
Yeah! I have grey science.
Lovely.
Oh. Hey, right. Let's get another research on the go while that's cooking.
No, you can't change the character classes in XCOM Persistent. Once you've got the training center building in your ship, you can then choose when you do you can do the first promotion in there. You can specify a class at that point. But when they just get random, when your squaddies get randomly promoted in combat, they end up with they get assigned a class randomly. Are you stuck as a specialist again? I say stuck as. I mean, you seem to quite enjoy being the medic, but this is a long belt. Long belt is long. Grenadier's fun. You get to blow things up. You should like that being a chemist. Explosions.
Remind me how to check the electricity consumption.
Click on a pylon.
Just thought I better.
That's always a good idea. Pylon. Yeah. Uh-oh.
It's not looking very satisfied anymore.
No. So yeah, you've got your mining. You've got your 45 mining drills are using 2.3 megawatts. That's quite a lot of power. And then the radars are using a fair chunk as well. Actually, it's probably because I went around and slapped in a load of radars. But yeah, you do not have enough electricity, so more electricity might be a good idea.
Okay, all right. Remind myself on what we did with electricity. Somewhere up here, I think.
Somewhere out there. It's getting pretty steamy over here, so it's either electricity generation or the sauna.
Right. So can we put a few more of these in and these?
Yeah, that sounds like a good way to do it. You can have a lot of boilers and before you run out of water. But yeah, so yeah, you can just do more.
Do we have some? We didn't automate these, did we?
No, we haven't needed particularly large numbers of them. And to be honest, they're just iron in various different forms. They're in a little bit of stone, so they're fairly easy to pocket craft. Oh, I do have a boiler. Yeah, I have a boiler. Oh, that's not how you give someone a boiler. Have a boiler. I don't have any steam engines though. I don't even have any iron.
Okay.
Where's that gone?
Well, we've got loads. So let's just steam engines. What's okay, boilers. Got 6, but we've only got 2 steam engines, so.
Can't reach. Can't reach.
Can reach.
Ooh.
Oh, bug attack.
Mm.
They were the warning signs I saw earlier, so that must have been what that was.
Yeah, there are 3
That
types of alert.
that.
There's a yellow alert means there is a gun turret shooting something, and later on those will probably be lit up all the time. A red alert with a I can't remember what it looks like, but there is a red alert that means something is taking damage, and then there's a different red alert with a warning noise that means something has been blown up. Are you having a spot of schizophrenia there, Persistent?
This is because of the pole, isn't it? Can't put this there.
Yeah, but you kind of need.
Or is it me? Or is it because I'm?
A little from column A, a little from column B.
Huh?
Both. It's both you and the pylon. That's interesting. However, the pylon is kind of necessary. It's 1 square lower than it needs to be, but it's still kind of necessary.
Can we move this just to 1 square above?
Yeah, anything in Factorio can be moved, pretty much.
Ah.
So you're in your game.
Can you move it with that?
No, not without installing other mods. What you can do is put down the replacement first, and then pick up the one that you don't want, and that way you wouldn't have lost power. But it doesn't really matter.
I didn't actually need to use the second boiler, do I? Because I've got 2 steam engines.
It depends how many steam engines you want to put in. You only need 1 boiler for every 2. Okay. But, yeah.
I've only got 2. I think we need some power over here.
Right, so you're feeding coal in, and nothing's happening.
There's
something else that the boiler needs.
It needs to be connected to that boiler.
Yes.
That's why.
I was amused that Persistent she's playing XCOM or XCOM 2 and was trying to get the character named after herself as a specialist, and she's in there twice in different names and become a grenadier both times, which is amusing in a slightly cruel way. Only slightly cruel, basically fine. 3rd row down, you've got loads of them.
Right, yeah.
Chuff, 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 chuff. Right, so now you're satisfied. Congratulations. Congrats on satisfaction.
Woo.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorted that problem out.
Is that a self-burn, Persistent? Hello, Mac. Welcome.
Oh, let's do exciting things because we've got grey science from the go. Let's do a flamethrower.
Flamethrower. Something that
Flamethrower.
flows flames. Well, that seems reasonable description, to be fair.
Yeah.
Right. That is
Okay.
sciencing.
Sciencing. Right.
Dun, dun, dun,
So
dun,
we've sorted
dun.
out the electricity problem. We've done grey science or automated grey science. So it looks like all the machines and the belts are running pretty okay.
Yeah, and the trick is
This
basically to go around looking for any belts that aren't full, and if they're not full, make sure you know why, whether they're supposed to be, and I suppose to an extent whether they're filling up. Because if you've just built a new thing, it will take it a little while to fill all the buffers up, and so during that time, it's okay for the belt to not be full, as long as it's sort of gradually getting fuller.
this one's a bit spotty, but then when it gets here, it's full. So I think that one's okay. It's just using it fairly quickly. Can't spot anything obvious that needs fixing. I think the next thing it will be to have a look at automating splitters.
Okay.
We haven't
Yeah,
done that
splitters
yet.
are handy.
Yeah.
And they're not too difficult. So you've got your underground and your normal belts over here.
I feel like I've got some machines over here not doing anything. Mineable resources, so I've got a drill, a couple of drills doing nothing.
Yeah, the one at the top, the one's got a red light on it, is because it's pulled up all of the iron ore available to it. The ones with yellow lights on are just because there's plenty of iron ore. So you want to leave the ones with yellow lights, but you can pull up the ones with red lights on and perhaps put them somewhere more useful if you can find somewhere more useful.
Oh.
Who left that there? Given the other cables you've got running around there, that pole actually isn't doing anything. Because if you look, you've got these two that are powering the drills on the left, and they're picking up power from down here. And then you've got these two that are powering the drills on the right, and they're picking up power from here. So that pole in the middle, actually superfluous.
On. Okay.
Have you noticed that Factorio has a blame function? If you mouse over, well, anything, it'll tell you on the right-hand side who built that item, that building, or who last did anything with that building. So if you find something in a stupid place, you can find out whether it was your fault or my fault.
Worth knowing. Right, I've got another red machine over here. I've got nowhere else to put it on this side.
Oh yeah, we like to blame Pete for everything. Here's the official channel scapegoat.
Maybe a bit over here.
Yeah, you have a decent amount of iron going in along that belt, so it's not doesn't seem to be problematic at the moment.
Right, all the rest I think have green or yellow light.
Yep. Oh no, I disagree.
Oh, there's one there. Yeah, I spotted it.
Yeah. And it isn't actually a problem if you have a drill sitting there that can't do anything. It's just a drill that's sitting there being useless. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't like useless things.
We go. Making lots again now.
Mm-hmm. That's all your steel production running off that belt.
All got over there. all good over there. Okay. Right. Flame thrower is finished.
Yes. So that gets you, as you can see with the icons up in the top left, that shows you what you get from it. So you get a handheld flamethrower, which is a personal weapon, a bit like the machine gun. You get the fuel for that weapon as well. And you also get the flame turrets, which is, unsurprisingly, is a turret that throws fire.
That sounds fun.
It is. It is a lot of fun.
Are they more handy than gun turrets, or just more fun?
They're a good backup, or a good backup. They're sort of the opposite of that. They can't. They're not very good on their own, but if they're supported by gun turrets, they can be pretty good.
Okay.
And also woomph.
Fun. Right.
So, what do you fancy next? What are you thinking?
Oh look, let's get landmines going. Not that I'm mean to bugs or anything.
It's what they're for. Yeah. It's the only language they understand.
Okay, so I feel like everything's kind of cooking quite well at the moment. But we've got a bug. A bug on their way.
Yeah, they're getting a little closer than I would ideally like, but the turrets are driving them off. Note that one of the turrets has taken a bit of damage, though.
And this one.
Hmm.
We have a repair kit, don't we?
Repair kits are certainly a thing that we can. We certainly can have repair kits.
We automated them.
I don't remember automating them, but that doesn't mean we didn't, because I don't have a very good memory.
Okay, fixed it.
Yay! Shiny new gun turret. Shiny good as new gun turret.
Yeah.
It might be, if you haven't noticed, you can see how much ammunition they've got in them by mousing over them as well. So that gives you an idea of how they're getting on from that point of view.
72, 100 and some things, 87 and 91. These two are a little bit lower than ideal. We've got a machine making yet though.
Yes, just up to the north of where you're making all the belts and things.
We've got any in the inventory. We've got some in the inventory, so we may as well chuck those in. Oh.
Control click.
Is it making more than we need?
Yeah, it is making them for whatever you want them for. It's not making them for anything else. This machine here.
Oh, cool.
It's just putting them in a box.
Oh, we've got loads.
You have a lot of trash in your inventory.
Oh, trash. Right. How dare you call it trash? It's stuff that I might need.
Yes, like 700 stone and 2 pieces of copper ore and 16 pieces of sulfur. Yeah, all very, very useful stuff there. I'm sorry, I take it all back. That's all clearly absolutely vital to the effort, to the factory.
It might be. You never know what you need. I'm a hoarder, okay?
Yeah, so I see.
See?
Persistence is on your side.
99. Yeah, absolutely. There you go.
I'm just standing here shaking my head in dismay at you.
You do what you like. But while you're doing that, do you want to go and put some ammo in my gun turrets?
Fine. No, you've taken it all. I haven't got any.
Oh, can you not get it out of my inventory?
I can. I'll leave you the stack.
Okay. Go on. Go and do stuff. Right.
Fine. I'll be useful if you insist.
Fine. Yes, I do. Okay.
I suppose you expect me to do the ones up to the north as well.
Yep. Do it and stop complaining.
Hello, chicken. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Right. What was I going to
Oh, I've
do?
run
I was
out.
going to look at splitters. No.
It's all right. I'll try and remember to come back. If you remind me to go off again when once the ammunition box is filled back up again, I'll go around and do it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I do have like quite a few things.
I gave you 200. It won't last long. No, I need thousands to. Well, maybe at least 1,000 to fill up all the turrets, I suspect. Hello, Red Wraith. Yes, indeed. Base is growing. We've got a 4th science pack coming now. So we've down. I say if we look down here, you can't see down here because it's on Jen's view at the moment. But if I turn her off for a moment, down here, yes, we have 4 science packs on the go now, and and no research because the landmines are finished. But yes, blue and grey now, so that's coming along nicely. And Jen has just realised she hasn't automated splitters, so that's the next project. Oh, and she wants to make the flamethrowers better as well. Already not built any, but still wants them to be more of a woomph, more of a boom.
Oh. Oh, there we've got some defenders on there. Oh, maybe I'll set this one up.
Yeah, I've never really played with those. That'll be interesting if we do. Yeah, maybe I should have a go with them and see what they're like. And use your run as a sort of guinea pig opportunity to see what they're like.
See what they're like. Right. So I was just looking at what splitters take. And as usual, I've forgotten straight away. Iron plates, green circuits, and transport belts.
If only there was somewhere where we had all those things in close proximity.
We do, though. We do. Oh wait. So there's transport belts down there. There's green circuits down there.
Yeah, but using your science production for making other things is naughty.
Up there, actually. Transport belts up here. Iron plates. Is this the area we're thinking of, or are you thinking of somewhere else? It was here. Okay.
Yeah, and this is where you're making the other types of belts, so it makes sense. It sort of makes sense to keep stuff together a little bit, perhaps.
Okay.
Landmines are OP for how cheap and how much damage they do. Okay, I've never played with them, and I don't really know why not. I guess I just tend to go, oh, fine, we'll just have an enormous number of turrets. That'll do. That'll keep the biters away from me. I've not really played with the neither defenders nor landmines. Combat isn't my favourite part of Factorio. I appreciate the reason for having the biters in there because it stops you being able to just expand as fast as you want and sort of basically without limits. But combat is not something I particularly. It's not why I play the game. Put it that way. So I tend to just go for simple solutions like just all of the laser turrets or all of the machine gun turrets and go, yep, that'll do. Or I let Mike do it. He likes fighting, causing trouble, that sort of thing. Ooh, rocketry.
Ready.
Like the description for this. Personal rocket launcher for harassing enemies with rockets. Sounds good to me. Hello, Johan. Good to see you.
On myself straight away.
Jane is currently trying to count to 3 or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I realised I hadn't left any room to put anything there. So get those off there as somehow, but let's put that in a minute.
Maybe harassing your sister with Nerf rockets would be acceptable. I don't know. I tend to just drop mine out the window when she annoyed me. That worked quite well. Ooh, there's an open question. What's Jen's favourite part of Factorio so far? Terrified face.
Yikes. What's my favourite
Well, it turns
part?
out you just hate absolutely everything, and you're only carrying on doing it because you said you would.
What am I doing? I I really like seeing it all grow. There's a bit of my brain that's like struggles sometimes to remember like where everything is because we've got sort of a lot going on. But I get a bit of satisfaction of seeing all the parts moving and the spaghetti, I guess, of it, and just seeing.
Yeah, it's sort of the feeling of
how
I built this up
satisfying
and
it
now it's working and doing what I wanted it to do, sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean it's an absolute mess, and it would just drive me nuts in reality. But it's fine. It's a factory. It's doing factory things.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah.
That's a good
So
answer.
yeah.
I like that answer. I like the sort of the yes. It's I love it when it's sort of when it comes together and the automation does what I want it to do. Yeah. Your room says he likes the way it sucks. Is that referring to Jen's factory or to your factories? Are you being rude to her? Fair enough. Yeah. Every factory sucks in its own special way. It could always be better, could always be faster, could always be making more of whatever it is it's making. Must grow. It's funny you said you like one of your favourite things is the way that it grows. There's a sort of a meme or a saying in the Factorio community of the factory must grow, because that's what the game is all about. And so yeah, you've just hit on that directly, which is rather nice. Yeah, you don't have the Bob's Weird Inserters mod installed, I'm afraid, so that ain't gonna work. Yep, Johan is also on the factory must grow train. One of us.
I messed that up.
You did. The good news is, it's all belts on that belt, so those are things that you want to have in your inventory anyway, so tidying the mess up doesn't matter too much. What are they doing on there? How did those get there? Oh, you pointed the belt downwards, presumably.
Yeah, I did. I yeah.
Easily done.
I think I've tidied that up. Yeah, when I pressed rotate, it kind of just went that way instead of another way.
With belts, it's often easier to just build the new belt where you want it to be and where you want it to go, rather than try and rotate the individual pieces, because it'll probably go wrong.
I've messed this up again. I haven't left room for an inserter.
You haven't? No. Afraid not.
No, I've done it again. Thank you.
That's all right. I mean, I should make you clean up your own messes so you learn, but hey. Right. So I know this is sort of my fault, because I said when you're laying belts, the easiest way to do it is often just to click and hold and run. That's true if you want to do a long belt. If you're doing short belts, it's often easier just to click and drag or move, or just click in each individual space. You don't have to actually run around you don't have to run in the direction you want to build the belt in.
Okay.
But it's the easiest way to build a long belt. But if you're just building a short one, then it's often easier just to use the mouse instead of your legs.
Oh, that's not gonna work, is it?
Well,
picking up from the wrong.
What's not going to work? Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking in the right place. Oh, there, right. Okay.
Oh, I don't know. Will it? No.
Looks like it's working.
Panicking for nothing. It's fine. Right, so I need to get the microchips there now, and then
Yeah, I think one of the worst things I think a Factorio player can do, and this is very much my opinion, so if you disagree then that's absolutely fine, but in my opinion, one of the worst things you can do with Factorio is use other people's blueprints, because it just sort of it's because I feel this way because I think the fun part of the game is building stuff and designing stuff. So if you use somebody else's blueprints, then somebody else is having the fun for you, and what's the point? You're just outsourcing the gameplay to somebody else. So I'd much rather. I would build everything myself. Now I will use blueprints inside a game. So after I've made, I don't know, my furnace stack or something, I will happily come in and copy it and paste it in somewhere else. But I won't. But I won't bring blueprints in from outside the game, except for belt balancing systems. Those are nonsense. So I will import those. Exactly, Twarog. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose yes. If you've been getting inspiration from other people, I don't feel quite so bad about, or I don't feel it's quite so wrong. So, for example, in my first space exploration playthrough, I did space trains because I saw it on Reddit and I thought it looked cool. But I didn't copy somebody else's blueprint. I just copied their general idea, and that I think is a bit more acceptable. Oop, I'm in the way.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Okay, we have splitters making.
Yep, splitters. Nice.
So that was the two things I was to achieve today. Grey science and splitters. So,
and you boosted your power production a little bit.
Yeah, brilliant. Right, let's see what I can work on. Oh look, purple.
Yeah, I always say if you don't know what to do next, the correct thing to do is the next science pack.
Science pack.
But if you have other things, but that's just if you don't know what to do next. If you have other ideas that you think you need, or other things you want to do, then it's fine to go off and do those instead. I'm not saying you should always be working on the next science pack. If you see a toy you want to play with, or if you realise there's a problem with the factory somewhere, or anything like that, then sure, go off and fix that. But if you've got to the point where you're going, well, my factory is fine, I don't know what else to do, then the next science pack is essentially the next. It gives you a goal. It gives you something new to work towards. So yeah.
The other thing, because what I fancied looking at was the little robot thingies.
Oh yeah, the destroyer bots will probably be in combat. Yeah, they're in combat. Third row down. What do they take?
Third row down.
Okay.
Are these, worth automating?
I don't know. I've never used them. I've played 2,500 hours of Factorio and I've never used them.
Defender capsule.
Person with no vowels in the middle of their name says they like decorative projects to break up monotony and have some time to think. So, yeah, if you want to change of pace, you could decorate the base or tidy things up or fiddle. Well, yeah, whatever. Really, that is also a possibility. Or you could just go, nope, I've built it. It's staying like that. That's how it goes. This is the spaghetti.
I find myself procrastinating in Factorio just in real life. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think this is
decent.
Sorry, go ahead.
Someone was saying Defender capsules are decent. I can't see the name from here.
Okay.
Twarog.
Yeah, I need to change the colours in that window because I set this up to
the
look.
Blue's really hard to read.
Yeah, it works quite well in the stream view, but I need to make them different colours, and I've forgotten how, and I need to go and learn how to do it again. Yeah, this isn't quite a traditional spaghetti. Well, this isn't quite a complete beginner spaghetti base because I'm aware I've had a bit of an influence on the design. I suspect if I'd just thrown Jen in at the deep end and not given her any help at all, it would probably look a little bit different. But it probably wouldn't have made for quite as good a stream. So I'm afraid I've sacrificed her early game spaghetti enjoyment for your benefit. So sorry about that. Yeah, I think. One of the things we've been talking about doing as a challenge on the Discord server is to play Factorio and have a rule that once a machine has run once, you're not allowed to move it or destroy it or anything like that. So this one here, for example, making the ammunition has run plenty of times. So this is now fixed. It's not allowed to be moved ever. And so we think that, given us all knowing how to play Factorio, etc., 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 that could be quite a fun challenge to do sometime. So maybe we will. That comes down, and that I think is going to force a certain amount of spaghetti, because once you've built something, you're going to be stuck with it forever unless you just go, I hate this, I'm going to move over somewhere else and do it and start again on the other side of the map. But yeah, this seems interesting and fun. Yeah, and that comes with the sort of the build with the flow and spaghettify the base sort of idea as well. Sadly, we can't watch the trains come and go yet because Jen hasn't built any. Yeah, leave it forever challenge, exactly. Don't have any copper. Or you don't have enough copper. The copper ore doesn't count.
What for, sorry? I was just randomly clicking.
Oh, you look like you were trying to make a defender capsule, so you moused over it and it said you didn't have enough copper.
Yes. Yes.
You need 19.5 copper to make one of them. Good luck finding a half copper.
Where is my copper? What? I was going to say, I thought I had loads of copper going on, but
it's the orange stuff.
Just not picked any up. Not picked any up. I could just go like this.
Nom 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 nom, she seemed to say.
Right. I can make one now. I can make 2.
Ooh. One each.
Yeah. For now, and then see whether they turn out useful, I guess.
Yeah. I think the idea is when you go into combat, you throw it you throw it like a Pokeball, and a little robot comes out of it and it follows you around. It will shoot stuff and it basically help you out in combat. And then after a certain amount of time, its batteries will run out and it'll destroy it. So it'll disappear. So they're a sort of a sort of ammunition. They're not a robot. They're not going to follow you around for the rest of the game like a familiar. Hey Doopy, welcome.
Okay, we have run out of research, so let's go and do some more research.
Ooh, she's going purple.
Yeah, feel like.
Just fancy a bit more of a challenge. Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah. Got the research.
That's the easy bit.
Just decisions right now. Continue procrastinate. Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit of procrastination never hurt anyone. Ooh, hello, raiding people. Hello, Tholan, and your 10 friends. Good to have you along. This is a game where we're playing. This is Jen's first time ever playing Factorio. Well, I say first time ever. This is the 5th stream of Jen's first time ever playing Factorio, and so we're seeing what happens. I'm here to sort of provide little bits of suggestions here and there, and get in the way and maybe be useful. But yeah, she's doing quite well so far. We've got 4 of the science packs up and automated to one degree or another. The red and green coming through there, and we've got a little bit of oil coming in to make the to produce all of the to allow us to get some blue science going. And we've also got a nice crop of spaghetti, a nice healthy spaghetti crop growing around the factory as well as things come together. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. I'd say we're things are going quite well. So I'm guessing you're another Factorio player as well. Are you playing any of the interesting mod packs? Are you doing a sort of beginner related stuff as well? Or well, what have you been up to? Is she fully infected yet? I think we're infecting her quite well. She's definitely. We asked her what she was enjoying about it a few minutes ago, and after sort of a brief moment of panic, she admitted that she's enjoying watching the factory grow. Oh, revisiting old blueprints. Interesting. So it's interesting because we were talking about blueprints a few minutes ago, and I was saying I tend to just only use blueprints that I've created inside my current game, and part of the reason for that is because I keep playing different mods, and therefore the blueprints are a little bit different, right? So I don't tend to go in and carry on from wherever I was before. It's always very much a new playthrough for me, and I definitely don't use other people's blueprints because that just feels wrong. What's she up to at the moment? Oh, she realised the purple science is finished, so looking for something else to research. Fair enough.
Yes. Yeah. Feels like it's just worth
trying to keep it going. Yeah, you might as well.
Yeah.
Churn through the researches. Yeah, and you can always just start from the top if you're not sure what to do. Yeah, we may have overbuilt slightly on the labs, but it means when you want a science done, it happens pretty quickly, which is always nice.
Mm-hmm.
You've run out. You don't have any more mining drills. That one's a ghost.
I've just picked it up from over here.
No, oh, you're trying to place a ghost, so I think you might not have done. I know you do have. Yeah, you do have a drill in your inventory. It's just placing a ghost at the moment, so you might need to press Q and then again to get rid of it and sort of collect it.
Yeah. That's fine. I just picked it up anyway. I mean, I guess I'm just running out of room.
If you've got enough ore going through, then you don't necessarily need more mines yet. The yet is a very strong, important point here because you will eventually definitely need more. Okay, Tholan. Well, yep. Have a good evening. Catch you another time. Yeah, I do. I have to admit, I do use other blueprints from the internet for belt balancers because they're a bit ridiculous otherwise. But yeah, and yeah, I definitely didn't want to start any sort of large big playthrough until 2.0 comes out because there's no way I'd finish it in time. But my hope is that we'll be able to get through this noob run and relatively quickly and see how things and we'll see how things go. And so far, yeah, we're making good progress. I'd say. I wouldn't like to say. So we've got a month and a half before 2.0 comes out. So that's the deadline. No pressure.
Thanks. No pressure. Don't have enough iron gear wheels to make a flamethrower turret. I just play with purple science.
That's also an option, yeah.
I'm still procrastinating on what to do. Oh, we need rails for that.
Oh.
No, and an electric furnace and a productivity model. Quite involved.
Yeah. Well, you're getting onto the harder end of the game now. The idea is they steadily get harder and harder and harder as you work your way through and require more and more steps to get everything working. I didn't get through that many socks, I don't think. I don't know, because I bought a huge pile of them a while back, and I don't even bother to keep them paired. I just grab a couple out of the drawer. Although now, unfortunately, I seem to have multiple different types of socks in there, so I have to be a little bit careful when I grab them out of the drawer. But basically, they're functionally very, very similar, and quite a lot of them are all the same. So, I don't know. Maybe you've got a sock-eating monster hiding in your washing machine. Yeah, because the researchers aren't going fast enough at the moment. Let's make them go a bit quicker. So you have to think about it more.
Okay.
Oh, you have cats. Yeah, that'll be where all your socks are going. The cats are probably eating them. No, I don't wear mismatched socks. I just bought 100 identical socks, so it doesn't matter which one's which. They all match. That's the point.
A broken belt here, haven't I?
Oh yeah, that was clumsy.
Probably me. That looks a bit better.
Exactly, Doopy. Yeah, so there's a bit of a gap forming up here, but then it's all just going to flow through. And everything will be sorted out again.
Good. Oh, stop pressing Q. Everything moving, okay.
He says, making uncertain noises. Bump.
Buy socks to work.
And why not? Be the change you want to see in the world.
Steel plate. So I'm wondering whether to just start working towards purple science by starting rail recipes. That's where my head's at right now.
Okay, Johan. Well, thanks for dropping in briefly, and I'll see you next time. Yeah, rail is definitely useful because I hope you're going to want to build trains at some point.
Yeah. Stone, steel plate, iron sticks. Don't think I've got any iron sticks going anywhere.
No, I don't. Certainly not in any significant. No, actually, I don't. Yeah, I don't think you are building them.
Do doing those at all.
I was thinking, hang on, iron sticks go into making long-handed inserters because that's the longer hand. But no, they don't in vanilla. That's one of the mods I've been playing. So this is the problem with playing so many different Factorio mods. I forget what comes from where. I'm being sent links to cruises. That sounds tempting.
Right, so how do you make iron sticks?
It'll be an intermediate because it's a thing that's of no particular use to anything else. Yeah, there you go, that one.
Iron plate.
Iron plate that's been hammered into a stick, or cut into a stick, I guess.
So I've got some iron plates there. It seems to be back plugging up on this. Actually, this machine's not doing anything. What's going on? Is that just because it's full? Oh! What are you doing? I'll get dizzy. Stop it.
Fine.
Is that because I'm procrastinating?
No, well, yes, because you were standing still, so more or less.
Yeah.
I don't. No. If you roll it, you get a pipe, Doopy. I'm pretty sure if you. Unless you roll it, I suppose you roll it really, really tightly, then maybe that's a sort of it's some kind of really fat stick. But I think if you should roll an iron plate round, we'll probably call that a pipe. Might need to run a weld down the seam as well, I guess. That's kind of what they, not really what they look like. You're trying to decide where to put this, aren't you?
Yeah, I was just sorting this machine out because I was like, well, assembly machines come, so the output was full, so I was like, I'll take some assembly machines.
Okay.
Because I've used a few recently, so get that one going on the go.
That's
again.
true. You do only have you only have 62 in your pockets, so that's not a huge number.
Well, I do now. I had 12.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's a good sensible thing to do.
So yeah. Okay, but so those iron plates aren't really being made quick enough to steal from down from that.
They're not being made quickly enough for what they're trying to do at the moment. Yeah,
no.
That is the sort of thing where I was saying if you see a belt that isn't full, there's a problem, and that is a belt that is very much not full,
that's
and is therefore very much a problem.
Yeah. All right. Is it because we've got slow thingies on the go? We've got slow.
So look at the
inserters.
Look at the machines and see what's going on. What is the limiting factor? So that furnace is running constantly. You see?
Yeah.
So
the inputs and outputs are the limiting factor.
No, the inputs and outputs must be fine because the furnaces are capable of running constantly. Now, if you have there are other alternative furnaces are available. If you've researched them, you obviously you either were just researching them and not really paying attention to what you were researching, or you've just forgotten about them. But there are alternative types of furnace available.
So we need to speed up the furnaces. Steel furnace.
So you may notice the difference between the stone furnace and the steel furnace is the crafting speed.
It's double.
Yes.
Double?
Yes. So you can. So a steel furnace is a slot-in replacement for a stone furnace that runs twice as fast. It's in every other. It's exactly the same in every other way, I think, and I'm sure chat will tell me if I'm wrong about that. But it runs twice as quickly. So it's just if you swap all of your stone furnaces for steel furnaces, you'll get twice as much output. Yeah, like that.
I've only got 2 anyway, but.
Oh, persistent says it's half the fuel consumption as well. So it burns it at the same rate, but you get twice as much good stuff out. That's interesting. Oh yeah, you're right. The maximum consumption is 90 kilowatts for them both. So they both consume fuel at the same speed, but the steel furnace just produces twice as much output from it. Awesome. And then thirdly, there's the electric furnace, which is a little bit more complex. Okay, I lie. It's a lot more complex.
Just finish inserted capacity bonus.
Which one's that? Right, so that makes your stack inserters able to carry
items.
even more. If you do enough...
I haven't even used...
Yeah, if you do enough inserter capacity bonuses, you start to get bonuses to your normal inserters as well. So the normal inserters start to be like miniature stack inserters, so that you maybe will be able to pick up 2 items at a time instead of just 1. So they are kind of worth. It's kind of worth doing several of those because you start to get bonuses to your non-stack inserters as well, eventually.
Okay.
Actually, the second one gets you a bonus, but then you don't get another one ever. Oh no, until the 7th one. Sorry. So yeah, you get a bonus to normal inserters for 2 and 7. So there's probably no point in doing 3. Well done, Persistent. Yeah, I mean, I have only played 2,500 hours of Factorio, so there is definitely stuff I don't know. Is it actually 2,500 hours? Where let's have a look and see what the actual number is, because I'm kind of curious now. Oh no, 2,972 hours. So I'm rapidly approaching 3,000. That's sort of terrifying. But, you know, I've been having fun, so.
I don't feel like we're producing enough, even now, enough iron plates for the factory.
That seems like that seems very likely, because that is what Factorio is traditionally about.
Because it is using, and quite a lot of these machines are using it.
Yeah.
So it's not getting, although this one is probably not doing too many at the minute, it's probably worth, if I'm doing more stuff with iron plates.
Yeah, I would
I agree.
First. There is insufficient iron there. I would agree with you on that one, definitely.
So we need some furnaces, because we've got loads of stone.
Yeah, so there's multiple ways you can. There's a couple of ways you can upgrade these things. One is by upgrading the furnaces, as you've done here. The other is putting more of them in. They both will work.
Mm.
You currently, looking at this at the moment, it appears, yes, you currently have enough iron ore flowing up here for the amount of demand you're putting on it. But you're just not out. Yeah, there's not enough of it being cooked to keep this belt happy. Now, part of the reason you're having trouble with this is because quite a lot of the iron that's being produced by this bottom row of furnaces is immediately going into the top row of furnaces to be turned into steel. So essentially all those things that are running off this belt when it goes off over this way are running off. They're using up whatever iron is left over after your steel making has taken priority. So that's going to slow things down a little bit. But whether that's a problem, how exactly how you want to set that up is up to you, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Got some coal nearby.
Yeah, and these furnaces up here are being fed by the inserters off this belt. So, I mean, there's a belt here with all the stuff you need on it. So that's fine.
Yeah. Oh, you got more.
Yeah, I felt you were thinking too small, so I expanded a little bit.
I only had 2. But you've obviously got more.
You do have an enormous amount, an inventory full of stone, though. So you could have made more.
Well, I feel like we have one more thingy over here.
While you're getting on with that, I'm going to go and make sure the turrets are loaded, because there might be enough ammunition to finish that off now. There's 300 in the box. Great.
Okay, so now we need to put this on somewhere. Let's just belt.
They're using the ammo up about as fast as I can bring it over. Alright, what are you thinking?
I am just debating about where to take the iron plates because I obviously need them for the next thing that I'm doing, but I don't know whether to also try and sort out the sporadic ones for up here or leave those to it, if that makes sense.
Right.
That's what I'm just debating because I mean this one isn't, probably don't need this one much quicker, so maybe it's okay with what's on this one already. I just don't want to overload it with more. If that makes sense.
Yeah, what you could do is the best of both. If you feed it into a splitter and then use the priority output, you could have it feed up this way as a priority, and then if there's anything left over, you could feed it off in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Off to somewhere else to make your purple science or whatever it is you're trying to do. I did not know that cashews come from a fruit, but I did know that banana is a berry.
Bananas are a berry?
I
did not know that.
And oh god, is it raspberries or is it strawberries that aren't? There's something that has berry in the name and is technically not a berry. My favourite brand of ketchup is no thanks. I don't like ketchup, which is weird because I like both tomatoes and vinegar, which is basically, and sugar actually, which are essentially the ingredients of ketchup. But I don't like ketchup. Tristan says strawberries aren't. There we go. Yeah, humans don't eat very many monkeys because that tends to lead to things like COVID. Sorry, I preempted your punchline.
Okay.
It's like, did you know elephants? Sorry, go on. You're talking about actual Factorio, so I'll let you interrupt.
So slightly blown my mind about how I feed into this one, because obviously I've got a splitter going on here, moving this. Oh, I can just feed onto this bar. Why am I?
I mean, splitters do have two inputs. They are both splitters and mergers. So you could just feed straight into that.
Oh, what, feed into this one?
Yeah, and a splitter can both split and merge. That's why if you look closely at them, you can see they've got two belts on the way in, 2 belts on the input, and 2 belts on the output. So they can both split and merge.
Right.
Bye.
Goodbye.
I'm not sure whether it's that you've told it before, Bakar, or whether it's just that it's a fairly traditional joke, or maybe it's just that I know how these sort of jokes work, and I go, aha, I see where this is going. I know what you're trying to do there. It's like the old one that, did you know that a mouse can jump higher than a house? Barbecue sauce is okay. I'm happy to eat barbecue sauce, but yeah, I don't like ketchup. I eat chips rather than fries usually, but yeah, I put salt and vinegar on them because I'm a northerner. It's a proper way to eat chips. With lots of vinegar and salt on them. Oh, well, I'll put salt and vinegar on those as well. Yeah. Not that I'd eat from McDonald's because I prefer food, but you know. I'd rather I established back in the days when I go out to a pub and then come out of the pub and in the middle of the night feeling absolutely ravenous. When other people go into McDonald's, I go into a nearby kebab shop on the theory that I'd get a significantly larger and nicer burger for less money, which is yeah, much better.
So I've fed that into that splitter.
Yes.
Do I need to do anything else here, or will it just know to put? Because we've already done this for the
you've told it what to do on the output, so that's absolutely fine. if you want, and I don't think you do want in this particular case, but if you wanted to, you could tell it to prioritise one of the inputs. So if you wanted it to use the ones from the right first and then use the ones from the left afterwards, you could do that with the input priority. But you don't have to. It'll be absolute. But if you don't, it'll just use 50-50 from each side.
Okay.
Yeah. Or if there's an insufficiency coming through, as there is at the moment, it'll just pass all of them straight through.
Okay. Just leave that one as it is for now, and then if we need to prioritise it later, I can.
Yep.
Well, I can. Right. Right. So I need some.
Interesting. A yellow inserter can just keep up with a steel furnace. It's almost exactly the. It seems to be a smidge faster than it would have to be in order to not keep up, but it is capable of just keeping up.
Well. Not sure I needed the blue ones because it probably can't keep up, but hey.
No, yeah, the yellow ones. I'm just saying the yellow ones are just fast enough for a for a steel furnace, so they're more than fast enough for a stone furnace. But to be honest, at this stage of the game, I think the blue inserters. It's easier just to use blue inserters everywhere than it is to carry yellow inserters and blue inserters around and worry about which ones to use.
Yeah.
McDonald's doesn't fill me up enough because I don't eat it. Ooh, cliff explosives. That's a good one.
Ooh.
Although you've had remarkably little cliff-related annoyance. I'm slightly surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I have got a one over here, but
Yeah,
that might get in the way soonish.
but in general, normally people are absolutely cursing cliffs by the time they've got even considered getting cliff explosives.
I've been lucky.
Yeah.
Right, so that iron is moving a lot quicker now. That's looking a lot better.
Yeah, that actually looks healthy now.
Oh.
That is a full belt. You put as a point of note. You may be interested to see you put it on the opposite side of the belt. Now this doesn't matter at all in this particular case because this belt going up here is just iron, so that's absolutely fine. But you have put it on the other side from what the other one was doing. You may also be interested to note these inserters along here. Inserters will always pick up from the near side of the belt by preference because they're lazy. Although they're put down on the far side of the belt, which doesn't really work with they're lazy implication. But yes, they will always pick up from the near side of the belt if they can, which is why that side of the belt is flowing steadily and the other side is essentially not flowing.
Hi.
Oh, okay. Right. What is your next plan?
Well, that was all to make iron bars, or to have enough iron to make iron. Not was it bars? Rods?
Sticks, I think.
Bars?
They're called, but
Sticks.
Those, them anyway.
Semantics.
Yeah.
Semantics. These things. Iron sticks.
We all know what you mean.
So that we could then. There was a plan. There was definitely a plan. Oh yes, to make rails, which is the first step of purple science.
Okay, sounds good.
So yes, iron.
Interesting. Even though you've unlocked purple science, there is only one research available to you that uses purple science.
Yeah. I'm not going to need it anytime soon. Particularly.
No. Yes, I mean it's going to take you a while to actually produce the purple sciences anyway, so it's probably a good thing that you don't need it very much yet.
Yeah. Let's get solar energy on the go then. Okie dokie. This is going fairly slow. Does that matter? What's that do? Oh, it's backing up there, so that's fine. Cogs aren't going very quickly. Anyway, where did I just do? Right, my iron's here.
Right, I've finished loading up the gun turrets, finally.
Hey. If I nick all the iron off this bowl now, though, it's not going to go up there much, is it? Although I suppose we're making a lot more now, so maybe that's
Yeah,
okay.
you're making a lot more. You've got more than twice as much, in fact. You've got the options to split it off with priority set to one side or the other. There are things you can do, basically.
Okay. Might start making this over here.
Yeah, I guess the secret for with food is you want stuff that has maximum filling per calorie. So if you eat if you just have, I don't know, something like a glass of Coke, that's not going to fill you up at all, but it's still going to have 250 calories. So what you want is something that's going to have far fewer calories, but actually leave you feeling full afterwards. Doopy is worshipping your solar panels. Rah, rah, rah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I should turn this into a drinking game, and whenever I predict how Jen is going to do something, and she does something completely different, I should drink. But then I'd probably be paralytic by now. I've definitely
Not
heard
responsible.
I don't think either of us are remotely responsible. I've definitely heard it said that certain vegetables, like celery or possibly cucumber, have negative calories because you burn more in the process of eating them and digesting them than you gain from them. In fact, I don't know whether that means you can actively lose weight by eating enormous quantities of celery, but feel free to try and report back. I don't like celery all that much. I mean, if it's chopped up into little pieces and then put in a meal, I don't mind, but I certainly wouldn't eat it on its own. Cucumber, on the other hand, I do quite like. I mean, it's basically it's pretty innocuous. It's kind of hard not to like it. Yeah, ice cubes have 0 calories, so that makes a certain sense because you have to warm the ice or the water up with body heat, which will cost you calories to generate in the first place. So yeah, that makes sense. I see you're building the iron sticks over here because it's conveniently close to the stone supply. Or you're not, and it's just a lucky coincidence. Who knows?
Wow. Yes, no, I absolutely plan to do that. Right, I just need to hook this up now, but I just wanted to make sure that I had this splitter right before I hooked it up, and what it will do at the moment.
Right, okay.
So at the moment it'll split 50-50 with it.
Yes. Simple as that.
I feel like that's okay for now.
Yeah, at the moment, technically more than 50% of it is going to the left, but that's because the right side is full, so it's fine. That's probably what you want.
Right, and then I need to put this somewhere, which I may as well put it straight into what we need for the tracks. I need to get the steel plates here, but that's okay. Stones.
Did you hear that sound?
I did.
There are biters savaging the factory. Press tab, by the way, to switch over to your machine gun rather than your pistol. Don't stop running, though. You need to get down there and kill them.
No.
And the other one? There we go. Fortunately, they just seem to have attacked belts, which is surprising, but means it's slightly easier to repair than it would be otherwise.
Repair thingies will do?
You can repair things that are damaged, but if they've been destroyed, you can't repair them. So that piece of belt can be repaired, and that inserter can be repaired, but the pieces of belt that have been destroyed can't be repaired.
Okay.
Coal is definitely high in calories. Yes, the way we use it. I don't think we can say the iron is high in calories because we don't really consume it. So there's research counts. The metaphor breaks down a little bit, but the coal is quite literally high in calories. Yes, which we extract by burning it.
That's it. Are we all good down here now?
For now, yes, but some biters have come up. Biters have come in here,
We
and
need
so
to,
that's
yeah,
a
we
concern.
need to figure out where they've come. How did they get in? Where have they come from?
Where do they come from? Where do they go? So if you look at the usual way to work that out is to open up the map view and have a look at the map, see where pollution seems to be disappearing from, see where the pollution is getting to the biters, and that can give you some clues.
Couple down here.
So rather strangely, it doesn't seem to actually be getting out to any of the nests we know about. I'm wondering if a new biter nest has appeared there because there's pollution appearing and disappearing from there, but there aren't any trees there. So I suspect maybe some biters have put in some new spawners there, and so that's creating them.
So what can you do about spawners? Can you stop them spawning?
Yes, you can. You can go in there and destroy them, but the biters will attempt to eat your face while you do so.
That's the kicker.
Yeah, so you can see the pollution sort of gradually spreading out, and then when you see it disappear out of a block, that's because something in that block has absorbed it. In some cases, it's trees. Trees will absorb pollution and clean it up. So will grassland to an extent, and sometimes it's biter nests that are absorbing it. And the nests, essentially, they turn pollution into biters, and that's where biters come from.
All right.
But you can't see what's going on down there because we don't have radar coverage of that area.
Yes, that's why it wasn't working. Yeah. We've got some more radios, I think. Is it worth putting some more radios on?
Biters will also attack radars, so they may not last for very long.
Vulnerable. Make it more vulnerable if we put radars
in. It won't make anything worse, except the radars might get eaten. So
we've got one. I really want to go pick a fight with biters.
Don't know.
Water down here. Any gun turrets? Could we do something a little bit similar like we did further up?
Yeah, gun turrets can be placed down. Certainly.
Do we have some?
I have no. I didn't bring any. Did you bring any?
Oh, I've got 8.
Okay.
I have 8.
Did you bring enough ammunition for them?
Got 194 yellow.
Okay. I mean that's.
I've also got a flamethrower turret, but I don't know whether that's really useful.
Struggle to fuel it down here.
Yeah, I've got some ammo and some turrets. So
yeah, and if you stick a turret down. If you stick a turret down and put some ammo in it, then it will kill any. It will shoot at any biters in its range. Eventually, it'll run out of ammunition, probably, or it might get overrun by biters. But it could help, certainly. Oh, yeah, there's a biter spawner down here now. I can see it. fall in the water.
No. Is that these things?
Yes.
They're those.
Yes.
Don't really want to get too close. They might eat me. Crap.
I brought better ammunition because I had a feeling this was going to happen.
Okay. Well, seeing as we're down here, can we kill the nest? Oh no, there's more of them. I'm not doing very well, I don't think. I can hear my heartbeat.
Yeah, you're not in a
That's
good
not
way.
good.
I'm not doing brilliantly either. Yeah, I suspect this method of going up against them not doing too well for us.
No, that was terrible. Let's not do that. Let's run away.
Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away.
Hey, run away, run away. Okay. Okay. I'm still alive, just. Yes.
Still alive, still alive.
Do we have anything else in the inventory that can help in this situation? Build some walls.
Walls would potentially help. Mm.
Do they stop biters coming in?
Yes. And they will, at least the biters can't just run through the walls because they're walls. The biters will, however, nibble on the walls until the walls are destroyed. If there's nothing to stop them doing that.
Okay. You do some gun turrets and some walls.
Sounds like a good combination to me.
Okay. Just where to build them then.
Yeah, that's always the dilemma. How do you want to set up your defences? The standard answer is find choke points to build across, but we haven't quite got up to the scale of where that's particularly practical yet. That's a big attack coming in at the north.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Because we could almost use this water to save on some, because they can't cross water.
Correct.
To save on some
Yes.
wall. If we come all the way down here. Okay, the gun turrets worked. Good.
Yeah, I won't say they're starting to struggle, but the biters are getting a little bit further in each time they attack. And the more southern ones have picked up, although the western front has picked up some damage again. Not a huge amount, but the biters are starting to get a little bit too close to those because then are able to nibble on them.
That's the wrong thing. Oh, I've done it again. Yeah, that one. I'm just wondering about running walls. I don't know how far they cover, but
well, if you build some wall if you want, see what happens.
Okay.
See what it looks like. And like everything else, nearly everything else, I think the only thing you can't pick up after you've placed it in Factorio is landfill. You might need to stand a bit closer.
Yeah. I just realised that. I'm just thinking it through, which is why I've kind of paused on what I'm doing.
Okay.
Because I'm just wondering about where to put the gun turrets. So that's why I've paused. When the gun turrets are the other side of water, like it is on that side, it kind of worked pretty well.
Yeah, that was an extremely lucky lake placement, to be fair.
Yeah, but if I put some up here, would it reach across here, maybe?
If you get a gun turret out and you can hover with it, it'll show you the range as a sort of a thing as before you put it down. So if you hold that, there you go. That green circle is the range of the gun turret.
Okay.
Bear in mind, the most effective way is to have multiple gun turrets shooting the same biters at the same time. So you don't want to just sort of put them down at their maximum range so there's technically no gaps, you want to have them so that there's lots and lots of gun turrets covering, because we're starting to get larger biter attacks. So it's good to have a good amount of covering fire.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Sophia. We've been getting some curious pokings from our neighbours to the south. So we're currently trying to decide what the best way to stop them ringing our doorbell and damaging our belts is.
Right.
Outside, inside, outside, inside. Ooh, inside.
Do they all make these?
Oh, well, I can't get through it.
I feel like they can get through that little tiny gap. Oh no, maybe not. Okay.
No,
if we can't, I
this
guess
is a
that they
person-proof
can.
gap.
Okay.
Life form proof gap. I don't know. Biter tight.
Biter tight. Okay, we've only got sort of 80, 94 walls left though, and we've only covered this tiny bit.
Yeah. I mean, you have a machine making them. You could potentially put in another machine to make them if you wanted. I mean, these are just the ones you accidentally picked up because you made a mess while trying to feed the science supplies. If you wanted to make more walls, or if you wanted to deliberately make walls, then you certainly could. You have left a gap down here, though, that I can run through.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Yeah, there's no ammunition in the turrets, so they're not going to do a very good job of defending themselves.
No. Let me just put that bit of wall in there. But at least it kind of, well, we were at least down here.
Yeah, that's true. Otherwise, we'd have lost 4 turrets and there'd be a hole in the wall. And not the sort that gives you money.
Yeah. Ah. So, do we have some ammo? Yeah.
Now, the best that you can do here, because you haven't got very much of it, is if you control right-click on each of the turrets, it'll put half of what you're holding into them. So you put half of it in that one, quarter in that one, 1/8 in that one, and a 16th in that one. So now they do all have ammo, but the 4th one only has 12 magazines, so it's not going to last for very long. If you control left click, you control left click to put the remainder in. Yes. There we go. Also, if you look down in the bottom left of your screen, you've got 200 magazines in your pistol with your pistol that you don't really need because you're not using the pistol. You could sacrifice. You could put some of those into the turrets as well if you want.
Okay. Prepare that. Okay. So then.
125, 87, 73 and 109. So it's a bit more even now. And they've also all got decent amounts of ammunition. Now, they will eventually burn through all of that ammunition, of course, but for now, that'll keep them satisfied.
Okay, I think we're sort of repaired down here. How many walls have we got going on? 44. Okay. Running out of walls. We've got some trees that are about to be in my way. Where am I even heading with these? Okay, got that. I suppose this area is covered with radar at least, so I guess if I could get these up at least as far up here as I can.
Okay.
Do we need to...
How much forest are you planning to clear out? Because I'm happy to give a hand. I just
Not too much. Yeah, leave it there because we
okay.
can go around here. Basically, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
About to run out. I'll run out. Okay.
Nice kinky wall.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm guessing it doesn't make any difference. It uses the same amount of wall anyway.
No, a dead straight one would have used slightly less, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
That's some more ammunition. Just cause. Just because I'm nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean that's going to the biters will not be able to cross that wall without attacking it. So at least we'll have some warning if anything happens.
Yeah. Okay, and then it goes to the thing, and then this radar hopefully gives us enough warning.
Potentially, although we didn't find out. We didn't find out until the biters were chewing through the belts over here. So yeah, because we don't obsessively watch the radar all the time. We could technically see it coming, but we weren't looking. We were getting on with other things.
Yeah.
But we get the alert when things actually get destroyed, so we can go, oh no, and run over and try and fix it.
Run over. Okie dokie. Right. Let's come out of there. I've run out of research, so let's get something else on the
go. People are built differently. Some like their walls straight, others are more artistic. Yes, that's true. Yes, okay. Yeah, some people would get very upset at the idea of a cube house. What are you thinking? Oh, weapon shooting speed. Could be nice. Or damage, perhaps.
Yeah. What's the difference between these two?
That one makes each bullet do more damage. The other one makes the bullets come out at a higher rate.
Okay, I think these two will get on the go.
Yep, I think that's sensible.
One will go first and then the other one. Right. What was I doing before we got rudely interrupted by the biters?
I think you were talking about purple science.
I was. I'd just done something with rods over
Lucky
here.
rod. Oh yeah. Sticky.
Yes. So we've got. What do we need? We need output full, so we need to get it off and do something with it. That's where I'd got to. I was just looking at what else we needed. So, what are these? Not quite left enough room to get two side by side. That's nice.
Yeah, I guess when you first play the game, you don't know you don't have the familiarity with the tech tree and what everything does and all that sort of stuff. So I can imagine it would be fairly intimidating having the sheer quantities of things there when you have no idea what anything is. So, but I think Jen's coping with it quite well. She hasn't run off screaming in a panic yet. So that's always a good sign.
Oh, thank you.
It's all right. I try to be useful occasionally.
Need to get this into there. What else needs to go into them?
Steel.
Steel. Okay. I need to run another note to there. And this was to animate purple science. So don't really want to chuck it in a box. We want it to go onto a belt so that it can go elsewhere.
Okay.
So we want to put a little belt in here. like literally one.
Yeah, that'll work. I mean, in theory, you could just have them drop it on the floor and pick it up from the same place, but putting a belt in there makes it feel more deliberate, and it means you can look at it and go, yes, this wasn't a mistake. This is what it's actually supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Okay, so now we just need to bring the steel over. And then take the train tracks to somewhere.
Yes.
Steel, steel, steel. Where have I got some
Where
steel?
can you steal that from?
Ha ha ha. What is this? That's not steel. That's both hands.
Yeah, you can't substitute one for the other.
Is that this? This steel?
Nope, those are stone
No,
bricks.
that's stone bricks. Steel here.
Are you my steel? No, I'm a stone brick. Yeah, this one's steel. It's just all very. Where's my cow?
Quite a lot still going down here. That comes to there. Have we got enough for me to nick it? Nick some off it?
It's hard to say. If you look at it, you can see that 4 of the furnaces are running at the moment. 2 of them are not. So that suggests you're using no more than 2/3 of the steel.
Mm. Okay, I'm going to steal it for now. Haha.
Okay.
Run it up to.
Sophia is impressed with how well you're dealing with sort of all the things of being a gamer, like just sort of moving around and shooting and stuff. All the things that those of us who've been playing games for many years basically take for granted. But as a non-gamer, there's a certain amount of having to learn that pressing W makes you run upwards or forwards or whatever is the appropriate thing for that particular game. So well done.
It's been a bit of a challenge, I would say, because I'm starting from kind of scratch on this. It's been quite a learning curve getting to, I still hit the wrong button and it annoys me and stuff. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to find
Getting
someone who's a gamer but not a Factorio player for the next introductory series. See how that goes.
Yeah.
Just build a channel around Laurence teaches all of his friends how to play Factorio. Or maybe that's in the wrong order. Maybe it should have been the gamer but not the Factorio player first, and then the complete beginner as the next one. But never mind. You said yes, so that was the most important thing.
I did. Alright, what am I trying to do with this? This is going to be tricky because I've got quite a lot going on. Put that in. Oh.
She's already picked up a light to make sure we can actually see her. Wouldn't be much.
I'm just going to map this out.
Yeah.
I think.
Yep, seems sensible. That's the wrong way around. You put the entrance on the lower side. You want to build it from that side first. That's right. And you can do it the other way around, but you end up sort of rotating things, and then you end up with an underground belt that points in the wrong direction. It's all very confusing, and then it takes you a while to work out why, because it's not very obvious when an underground belt points in the wrong direction. It just sort of doesn't work, and then you come back to it 10 minutes later and go, oh, for goodness sake. I may be projecting a little bit here because that's what usually happens to me. I think gaming is probably my least expensive hobby. I have many expensive hobbies, and gaming is probably the least expensive of them all. Certainly cheaper than doing track days and generally car stuff. It's cheaper than the DIY or woodworking. Cheaper than photography. Probably cheaper than photography. It depends. I suppose I've always just had a computer because I'm a nerd. So I guess that building an actual proper gaming computer can be fairly expensive. It depends how far you want to go, though. I mean, if you want a computer that can play vanilla Factorio, well, Jen is just using a laptop that she happened to already have. It's not remotely a gaming computer, but Factorio is so well optimized that for a vanilla run like this, it's absolutely fine. If we're going to start playing something a lot more demanding, then yeah, you potentially then have to spend sort of 3 or 4 figures. Or if we're going to play space exploration or something like that, you need to spend sort of hundreds, maybe even 1,000 or 2 on everything you need in order to get a computer that can play that at full speed. But just for a beginner run in vanilla Factorio, any computer that is actually usable as a computer is probably going to be fine. Cheaper than D&D, yeah. Most things are cheaper than D&D. Although if you have a 3D printer, you can cut out at least some of the cost of D&D. Although I suppose you still, if you're going to do it sort of vaguely legit, you do still need to buy all the books and things at that point. So that's going to be a cost. But at least you can print off the miniatures yourself. Although I have the wrong sort of 3D printer for that. I've got a filament one rather than a resin one. Well, I do have some friends with a resin 3D printer, so I could always ask them nicely if I wanted stuff printing. Well, I don't think they've got it set up at the moment. They moved house fairly recently, and they haven't found a place where they can put it where it isn't going to gas somebody yet. So, you know, certain things are important. Resin 3D printers are nasty because resin's a nasty stuff. You need very, very good ventilation, and ideally just to not be in the same place as it when it's running. Whereas mine is significantly less bad. From what I've read, if you're printing with PLA, it's not really a concern. I mean, it's not ideal. You want at least a little bit of ventilation, but it's not particularly dangerous.
Right. If I set this up right.
You haven't done anything wrong yet.
Yet. But I only want steel going in, so would I then?
Oh no, you have done. Sorry, you have done something wrong now.
Oh.
Oh wait, yes, I can't remember these recipes. Yes, you've done something wrong. Because you've stopped the pipe going up this way, and because you put the steel priority to this side, it means you're only going to be getting pipes coming out of this side, and you don't want pipes down here. So that's definitely all wrong. Which am I most excited for? Oh, I think the part of Factorio 2 that I'm most excited about is the sort of the. I'm going to give a really, really open answer. That's just is going to be virtually like saying all of it. I think probably the extra planets and going off and having things that are Factorio but with a massively different twist on them is the part that I'm probably looking forward to the most. Because I think that's going to be very, very interesting. Well, one of my favourite things about space exploration, as I said in the retrospective videos that are going to be coming out over the next few weeks, one of my favourite things is the variety of different things you come across in the mods and in the mod. And I think having all of that in vanilla Factorio with a game engine that's actually written with them in mind, so the different enemies and the different resources and the different this, that, and the different everythings that are going to be going on. That's the part I think I'm most interested in. Exactly, Sophia. Yes, you start off with a computer, and then you realise in fact it's a lot like playing Factorio. You find there's a bottleneck with your system, and you go in and you fix that bottleneck, and then you find another one, and you go, oh crap, I need to sort that out as well, and then you have to go off and find it, and then you have to fix that, and then you go off and then you realise there's another bottleneck somewhere, and it's a never-ending process basically, and. Fortunately, I don't seem to suffer from that too much because I basically play Factorio. I've got I don't know how many years old graphics card that is more than good enough because all you need is a big chunk of video RAM and that's about it. I do have a temptation to upgrade the processor fairly frequently, so that does happen from time to time. But mostly, I don't have too much of a problem. I do keep buying bigger and bigger hard drives, I have to admit. That's because that's because of all the YouTube stuff and the video things. I currently have an 8 TB one as my main storage drive. Which is fairly chonky, but then they're not that expensive. The expensive bits of computers are, as you say, exactly the graphics card is the most expensive part, and then when you decide you want to upgrade your processor and realise you need a new motherboard and probably need new RAM as well in order to get that up and going, then that's when it becomes expensive. She's found the place where she's done this before. I was looking for that and was going to try and ping it, but you found it, so that's all right.
Yes. Lost my place there. Where am I?
North, a bit further north. And there. Yeah, exactly. It's a creative problem having all that much video. But I mean, to be honest, a lot of it also is a bit of a hoarder problem. I've got a lot of old space exploration videos from earlier on in the K2SE run that I don't need those anymore. They're just taking up space. There's probably a couple of terabytes of those. There's a load of GTA videos that I need to go in and clear up now that I've processed all of those. But part of it is I don't want to lose the stuff I've actually put specific extra work into. So I sort of want to be like with the GTA videos. I want to be able to go back and copy bits of how I did some of the effects and things like that. So I sort of don't want to delete those just yet, and I certainly don't want to delete any of the graphics I've produced because I'll probably use those again. So in a way, I sort of need to go through and just delete all of the MP4 and MKV files because those are the ones I don't actually need anymore. But not all of them, because I'd like to be able to go back to previous video, at least one previous video, and fiddle with it. You've got pipes on that belt, as I'm sure you're aware.
Mhm. Well, that's what I had up there, and then I somehow did another splitter.
Okay.
I think.
Cool. Yep. It sounds like you're on the right track, so I won't interrupt too much.
Oh no, I'm out of splitters.
Oh no! If only you'd automated them.
Wait. Oh wait. Where did I automate them? Thanks.
An in-house storage server is a possibility. I don't think it's really worth it because because I could just put. Well, I was going to say I could just put more drives in this computer. That's not actually true. It's only got slots for 2, I think, 2 full-size drives, and then various 2.5-inch and NVMe over to the west. So there's room to put more storage into this computer, and I could get some sort of USB attached. What would it be like a NAS, but with a U on the beginning of it, so a WAS or something like that, which sounds a bit disturbing. But yeah, I kind of, in a way, I'd almost rather it was local than over a network, because then it'd be faster to access. But then I'm not going to access it all that often, so it doesn't really matter. I did come up with a. Here's a challenge to think through. This is one I came up with a solution to it myself. But the question was, I want to make a backup of all of all the data in my videos directory, except for the things that are actual videos. So I want to copy every single file, whether it's a Kdenlive file, whether it's a JPEG, a PNG, an SVG, all of those sort of things, except anything that's an MP4 or an MKV. That was an interesting puzzle, which I'm proud to say I did eventually solve, but it was an interesting one to try and do.
Nope, still not doing it right. My head is just not getting around these splitters.
Is the difficulty with left and right when it's actually sort of top and bottom because of the way you've put it down?
I'm not sure. It's just blowing my mind every time, and I just can't seem to get it right.
I guess it's
so do I want that as left?
You see the diagram in the top of the window when you were editing it. That shows you what's going to happen. Does that help?
Possibly. No. Oh no, yeah,
that is right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just there was some in the output already that you need to clear up. If you just pick up that piece of belt, you'll get all the stuff. Or you can do that. That works too. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Steely.
I'm stealing the steel for a train tracks.
Yeah.
We need inputter. Free power. Thank you. Yeah. And we
You only
need
want me for my
output.
power.
No, that's not true. I only want you for the things you can do for me when I tell you to.
Sounds about right. So bossy.
No. Terrible, isn't it? Right. Yay. I don't know why I'm taking these at the moment, but there you go.
Yay, railway
Make some
lines.
train tracks. Okay, so that was all to right. Before I get distracted with anything else, we've got no research going on. So let's.
Choo choo. Choo choo.
What are you doing?
Choo choo.
Oh, you're making little train lines. Okay.
Choo choo.
Okay. Anyway,
Woo woo.
I'm getting the impression you really want me to make trains.
No, I wouldn't dream of trying to railroad you.
Oh.
I couldn't help myself.
You could if you really tried.
You reckon? I don't know. I've been trying to train her for ages, Doopy.
Okay, so we've automated rail,
Yep, that's a good start.
and that's now making stuff, which is good. And we need to take it somewhere because the whole point of this
Worst of purple.
is to get on this, or at least
get on the purple
start
train.
working towards it. Start working towards it at least.
Yes.
Right,
so you're I was going to say you're a third of the way there. I think you might have done the easiest third.
probably.
But I mean, that's a good place to start. You might, I mean, if you do the easy one as a warm up, and then you can work your way up to the harder ones as you get going.
Yes. Okay. Before I get on to the next bit, I need to run away for a few minutes. So if you want to chat away or entertain people,
Okay, I shall try and entertain chat. Yep, she's had enough. She's leaving us. All right, so yeah, things are we're making progress. Oh, let's have a look. I wonder how those turrets down there are doing. They're covered by the radar. That's convenient. There's still a decent amount of ammunition left in them. They seem to be dealing with the biters that are coming up. I think the attacks that are coming up from down here are quite small compared to the ones we've seen coming in from. It's probably all of these nests up here. They're all just massing biters together, and then they're all flooding around, and that's why we're seeing such big attacks down here. Although that said, these are also holding up reasonably well. We've ripped through a decent amount of ammunition, though. These are the turrets I loaded up to. Every single one had 200 mags in it earlier, and we've used a good 15 to 20 from each one. But these ones are okay though. They're not seeing quite so much action. Down here, these have picked up some abuse, but then actually they're not taking too many attacks. Most of the attacks do seem to be coming around the top side here, which is quite good because that's where we have the biggest of the defences at the moment. So things seem to be going quite well. From a biter point of view, it's just going to be a matter of time till, well, these guys get upset as well. Although the forest along here and the forest up here are doing quite a good job of keeping us safe, so it's why we've only just started triggering attacks from down here. Oh, speaking of, here comes a raiding party, waiting for the little friend at the back to catch up. I'm reminded of that GIF that was doing the rounds on the internet a while back with a big group of penguins wandering along, and then two groups of penguins meet, and one of them gets confused and goes off with the wrong group, and his friend has to go back after him to go and get him. So these biters feel a little bit like that. They keep getting caught on trees or outcroppings or whatever. They haven't started attacking the trees yet, which is mildly interesting. Maybe that'll happen soon, maybe it won't. But unfortunately, as they come along here, they get just close enough to these turrets to be distracted by them and to come running in down here. So we don't need to do any sort of fancy stuff with walls or anything. They'll just come charging in, and by the time they've realised there's water in the way and have to go in a different direction, the turrets have managed to mince them all. So this is working really well. I'm honestly very pleasantly surprised. This is a really lucky shape of random piece of water. I guess we could also potentially put turrets in down here, but then they're coming up all the way over here, so they probably wouldn't notice them. Or maybe along here, but then they come around the bottom. So yeah, this particular piece of lake here is incredibly fortuitous. I think we're very lucky. Oh, she's back again. Everybody look busy. Don't know if you heard that or not. I wasn't quiet.
I heard everybody look busy.
Okay, let's go back to your view then.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So you've got your rails.
Electric. Got me rails, so I need electric furnaces.
Mm-hmm.
Electric furnaces.
They're a production
Where
machine.
are they going to be? Production machine.
Yeah.
Electric furnaces. That was it. Steel plate, advanced circuit, and stone bricks. I've got steel plates coming in over here, so that's quite
true.
fortunate.
Stone.
Stone bricks are nearby.
That's true.
We saw those. They're the stone bricks, aren't they?
They are.
Are they the stone bricks?
Yes.
Yes. So they're up there. So then it's just the advanced circuits, which are being made somewhere. I think I've got a few machines making those.
You have. They're all the way down here for the blue science.
Oh, we don't really want to be nicking from the blue science, I don't think.
It's not ideal. No.
What I want.
If you want to look around the factory, map view can be a lot easier than. Although I guess you're getting your steps in, so it's another 100 miles in September.
Yeah. If only that actually, helped towards. Yeah, running around Factorio.
Yeah.
It's not very healthy. Nothing's happening. It's just the blue science is backed up.
Yeah, at the moment, the research you're doing at the moment uses red, green, and grey. It doesn't use blue, so the blue has gone to sleep because you've not done any. Because you've been sort of starting at the top of the researches and just working your way through. It's doing the ones that use the simpler packs first. So basically you're just not using the blue science up at the moment. So yeah, it's not being used at all.
Okay. So I guess in some ways we can steal some red chips from over here.
Yeah, I mean, you can do, certainly. Yeah, it's going to be a long old belt to bring it back up again, but who cares? You've got, I mean, there's a box over here. There's a box over here with 1,600 belts in it, so, you know.
Oh, yeah, that might be worth having.
And you've probably got, I don't know how many you've got in your
crazy.
inventory. I've got
739, I think.
I've got another 1,356, so, yeah.
We're okay for belts, then.
We have a lot of belts, yeah.
Trying to decide where to steal it from.
Yeah, from where are you going to be able to sneak a belt out? That's the important question.
Quite tentative, yeah.
Okay, if you want.
I need a splitter, won't I? Need a splitter? Yeah.
Doopy says yes. You could just buffer all of your all of the red circuits on a belt, so you've got so they're somewhere where they can be used later. Yeah. Keep the machines busy.
I'm
quite impressed that one oil refinery has been sufficient so far. That's true, actually. Doopy says you could also start trying to use the blue science up, and then you'll find out whether you're making the red circuits fast enough or not.
It's true.
Especially now that weapon shooting speed 3 is finished, and you need to choose another research.
Yes. First of all, I just need to see where I need to send this. Yeah, take that down, of course. And then it's not.
Sometimes it feels like it's a shame you can't use the other side of the belt in the opposite direction. That was not a particularly helpful comment, it was just something that occurred to me. I was going to say, you're not going to get your steps in that way.
I'm just going to pause from this moment just to get an extra
Okay.
thing on the go, and let's start something with blue science just to get rid of it. Advanced oil processing. Let's do that.
Advanced
Let's
oil
do that.
processing. Lovely. Cracking. Two-way belts would definitely be an enormous headache. I'm not suggesting it's actually a good idea, merely that it's something that occurred to me and seemed and amused me.
Oh my goodness.
I think Doopy has a bit of stream lag because you've been back for a while, and what you heard, well, you heard quite a long time ago.
Da-da-da.
Oh, the right, just doing that, running that research has basically used up all of the blue science that was on the wrong side of the belt from ages ago when you were putting it onto the other side, or the other side of the belt rather. So it hasn't actually pulled through any from the production system. You might need to do another blue science requiring research to get to use that up, or to get it to flow properly. Hooray! Hooray for lubricant.
Okay, let's get that on the go.
Okay, the lag's not quite as bad as I thought it was. Yep, that's now pulling it in from the main supply, and so that's starting to actually to run. And the red circuit production seems to be kind of keeping up. Oh, it's pulling it in from another. Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out later, and then you'll either be happy or sad depending on how it goes.
Then I need to work out where I'm actually sending it to now. Oh, we've got another research finished.
Yep, your lubricant is ready.
And electric engine. Using up all the blue science now, I'm probably going to cause myself massive issues in a bit, but you know.
It's being produced. It's
That's
yeah.
Future Gen's problem.
Sometimes I feel sorry for future Gen.
I know, me too. Right.
She's given
And
a
this
lot
was
of
all
problems.
to do something electric furnace, so let's brought those over. Let's brought those over.
Yep. So you got your red circuits in the area. You've got steel's really close by. Stone bricks aren't too far.
Yeah,
Shouldn't be too bad.
yeah, steels are there, and stone bricks are up there somewhere. Oh, interruption.
I think we might have made too many labs early on at the beginning of the game, because yeah, the sciences are all getting done quite quickly. Put it that way.
And it's fine, it's good, but it probably doesn't really mean that I'm taking in so much about
Hmm.
what is possible because I'm just kind of going, oh yeah, I'll just start this research.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, ideally, yes. You want to look at a research when you've completed it and think about it. But I'm sure your science shenanigans will slow down in the not too distant future, just through sheer lack of science packs. Just because it gets harder and harder. It's really, really easy to make red science very, very quickly. It's a lot harder to make, say, yellow science very, very quickly. A lot more demanding. Too far away.
Okay.
Okay. They're all
Sort
in
of
sort
going
of the same area. You
into
know, you just need one really, really big assembling machine to put in the middle of that, and you can grab from everything.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm being unhelpful. You can tell because my lips are moving.
Yeah.
Uh,
Mm. Well, okay, robotics are finished. Hold on. Excellent. Good. How am I doing for blue science packs? Have I screwed myself at all?
no, you have a lot of them left. They are production is virtually keeping up with consumption, to be honest.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, Doobie has some good advice there. It says take a look at what research you're doing, and it gives you a hint of where to go next, and if you want to play with a new toy or do a new thing or anything like that, it gives you an idea of what's going on. So,
Mm.
yeah. And yeah, we've picked up quite a lot of researchers in this stream, so it could be interesting to see what you've got. Not and try not to miss it.
Okay. I'm just thinking about feeding these chips into this machine, into this belt, so that I can
Okay.
have both on one belt.
Yeah, that could work.
Mainly because then if I want to put in more machines, it just makes it easier.
Yeah, that seems sensible.
So it's my favourite thing to do. Is it actually? Or can I? It is, isn't it? Yeah.
No, you've got this one now. It's this you're fine with. It's the splitters that your new nemesis. Think of the
It's
arms
just
versus the stem on the T.
yeah.
Two arms and two inputs, and you've got one stem and one output.
Yes. No. Brain.
It's only 10:30. You should have another half hour of brain yet.
Say this.
Should. Emphasis on the should.
Should. So hold on. Let me just take one away. Let me just play a minute. So I want that one going down there.
I can see the indecision. when you're building a corner, you don't have to put. I'm miles away. Let me run up there. You don't have to put in the sort of straight part of the first bit of the corner and then put the curve. You can just go straight in with the curve. I don't know whether this is something you've just sort of a habit you got into, or whether it's just the way you're thinking. But I've noticed it's something you're doing quite a lot, so I think it's worth mentioning. So, for example, if I've got a belt going like this, I can just go on the end of that. I can just put one straight in that's going vertically. Whereas you've been tending to put in one going horizontally like that, and then put in a vertical one in the same place like that. Does that make sense?
I think so. So, as in, I can.
So on the end of this belt, this belt's coming downwards here. You don't. If you want that to go off to the right, you can just put in a right piece straight away like that, and it'll send it off to the right. You're setting that particular grid square to be a belt going to the right. You don't need to build down into it first and then point it across.
Okay.
I honestly don't know whether telling you that was useful or not, but it was something I'd noticed you were doing quite a lot, so I thought it was worth bringing up.
I don't know whether that helps with what I'm doing right now. This is just.
It helps in general with building belts, but not specifically for this thing you're doing at the moment.
Okay.
There we go.
Yay.
Nice.
Okay, so I need to tell this what to do, which is these. Stop making me dizzy.
Okay.
We want one of those and there. And we want those going into.
No, you don't.
Stop it! Stop being annoying. What are you doing?
You don't want the railway line going into the furnace maker.
Ugh, no, I don't. I need that. It's because you're building stuff around me. Stop being annoying. Take it away.
I'd say I'm sorry, but I'd be lying.
You're not.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So, what I'd probably advise here is remove most of the belt that's carrying the rail across, because yeah, exactly, because you don't know where you want that to go yet. Then you could potentially bring the steel over to the assembly machine. And,
What are you? Oh, okay.
Great.
And we want that to go in that away. That away. That away.
That way, yes. And the assembly machine should kick. Yep, there we go. The assembly machine is running. So that is
amazing.
Working. Woo!
Those somewhere.
Ooh, I'm impressed. Your first instinct was to put down a belt to take it out, to use a long-handed inserter to take it out, pass it down over there, rather than to bring it out to the top or bottom.
Yeah.
Very good.
I've finally got long-handled inserters in my brain, I think.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
This is a useful example of where inserters. Oh, actually, maybe it is just about fast enough. Yeah, it is. Okay, your blue inserters are just about fast enough. I was going to say this is an example of where you might need stack inserters because the blue inserter isn't quite fast enough, but actually it is. It is just fast enough.
Just. Excellent. Okay, so that's that element. Oh, and we've got research stopped actually, so just before I get into that. Research. Shall we go for now? I haven't even got work. Oh, let's go. Let's do stuff with these. Better guns is always better.
True, better guns are better. It is known.
So I was about to look up what the next element was. Productivity module.
That's the bunny.
So we've got advanced circuits around. We just need electronic circuits. Loads of green ones there. Split some of those out. So much spaghetti.
Yeah. The spaghetti spaghettifies nicely. It's just the way it is.
What's that doing?
I think you copy and pasted something that had an inserter passing the green circuits out to the side, so I dutifully placed the inserter there, even though it was just going to leave them on the floor.
Oh, okay. Didn't think to tap me.
No, I didn't. I was being a construction bot. I was just following the instructions I was given.
I'm clear up there.
There you go. Now you found a green circuit as well. Just what you needed.
Yeah.
I can hear the cogs
I
turning. I think.
Yeah, can you? Yeah, I think I can too. Light bulb moment.
Yeah. Yep. Very nice. Well, that's a belt on the belt, but otherwise good.
Where am I trying to get
to? Not too far away.
No. Okay. Right. Let's think this through a little bit. I'm not even trying to reach.
Okay. Let's see. What are you thinking?
What am I thinking? I'm thinking I've got a lot going on over here now. I've sort of almost started and then moved on to something else. So I'm just trying to work out the best place to put these because we've got the train tracks kind of going to nowhere at the minute. I set all this up so that I could have more than one assembly machine if I needed to, doing the furnaces.
Mm-hmm.
Although to be fair, it's already done 16, so
yeah, I haven't looked at what sort of rate you'll be using those up at, but it's probably going to, well.
And they need to go into purple science.
Yes. Purple science is the goal at the moment.
So I'm just trying to work out where was I doing it? Because they go into purple science as well. Okay, I just need to walk this through a little bit. So purple science productivity module is the aim at the minute. We've
Yes.
got the rail and we've got the electric furnaces. So the idea would be to put a purple module in, say, modules, maybe over here.
If you want to put them, if you want to place them down as sort of to help you think, then that's fine. You can always pull the buildings back up again. That's very, very quick and easy. Or you can place them down as ghosts, and I promise I won't build them just yet. Just to give you a sort of aid to thinking. If you hold down Shift, it'll let you just place them even if you're not in range, as ghosts specifically. You can do that anywhere.
That needs. What does it need? It needs train tracks, furnaces,
And productivity models.
and which I'm probably going to make over there. So if I put them there. Activity models sort of here maybe. And yeah. So
Okay. I think.
what am I doing? Advanced service and advanced circuits. These are the purple ones. These ones. Maybe. Might make more sense. And then I've got those. Those going over there. Okay. I think I'm going to make over here the productivity modules.
Okay.
And then over here the purple science. I'm worried about sending it somewhere later.
Okay.
So, how do I make them not?
Just place over the top. You're standing in the way. That's the problem.
Start with 2. See how we go, and then just the red circuits and the green circuit.
I'm trying to work out what you're thinking.
Good luck with that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm thinking. I'm not sure what I'm thinking myself. No, that's not going to work because yeah, okay, but we could just take that one up. Okay, we'll take that up. And I'm in the way.
You're in the way.
Why am I always in the way?
I don't know.
Always.
Just habit.
Constantly in the way. Yeah. Annoying habit.
Boink.
Okay. Why have I got nothing coming up on this belt? What did I do?
I've been wondering how long it's going to take this one to register.
Shortage of these. Okay.
So, what's the problem?
So it's not producing green checks.
Okay, why is it not producing green circuits? If you're not
because
sure, have a look inside the
apparently
machine and you'll be able to see where the problem is.
there's not enough iron plates being made.
Right. Okay. So that's
Okay.
the next step of the of sorting out. So why are there not enough iron plates?
So this is taking iron plates. We're just not making enough. Are we?
Yep, I go with that. It's yes. There's spot on. There's not enough iron plates there's not enough iron plates to make the green circuits because all of the iron plates that are coming up this way are being turned into gun turrets, of which you now have 610 in a box. But
I went mad with the gun turret.
But mostly,
did I not put a limit on?
Looks like
No.
You can put the limit way further up than that, even if there's already stuff in those squares. You could limit it to only 3 or 4 squares or whatever you want. So you put those back. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But now put those turrets back where you've got them from. Also help me. There we go. Right. But also, you're not producing enough iron. So it's sort of a two-sided problem. Look how little there is on this belt coming up here.
Yeah.
How little there is on this belt. That's a pathetic amount of iron. You need a lot more. The belt is not full, therefore you need more iron, essentially.
Yeah, and there's not enough iron ore coming up, I think, because it's all being used.
Yep.
Look what's going on over here.
Yes, this is what I was saying about. As you're running around the factory, try and keep an eye out for belts that aren't very full.
Okay, so we've got a number that have just done. So I might just take up the ones that are done and see how I can fix or put in some others to get us more iron.
Yeah. Remember that belts have 2 sides. You can fit if you use both sides of the belt for the iron ore, you can fit twice as much of it down it. Now, technically, that's not going to help because at the other end, it's all going onto one side of the belt. So you only do have a maximum throughput of half a belt down there anyway. But it means you've got a bit more to play with, and then there's other things you can do to increase the throughput the other end as well, and it make things generally better. If I was you, I would consider redesigning this mining area a little bit because it's
that was kind of what I was thinking, because it's going that way, but actually we might want to flip these machines round, put the belt down here. I feel
that sounds sensible. I think based on what I think you're saying, I think that sounds sensible. You get some more drills in that way as well.
Yeah.
This one actually ran out just as we were looking at it.
Huh.
You're in the way. You're in the way, 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 you're in the way.
Is there an easy way to flip them round, or do I have to pick them up?
However, you've left a double-sized gap between them, so you'll probably want to pick them up anyway. But you can use R to rotate them, even when they're down on the ground.
So, is that the right?
So, I mean, you've left a double gap between these 2 drills. So if you had a belt there for those ones, you'd need another one there for the ones on the other side.
Yeah. So I'd need to put them there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
And yes, you just point at them and double tap R, then it'll flip the drill round.
I'm just going to put some of these in first.
Okay.
So that
it's a bit closer though.
Yeah.
You will be so happy when you get construction pots.
Okay.
Okay, that's definitely helped.
I'll hover it and press R or just...
Yes. There you go. Oh, that was me emptying some out of my inventory that I've just picked up. Don't worry about those.
That really confused. Oh, no, I didn't need to do that.
Sorry, didn't mean to confuse. Just meant to tidy.
Sorry?
Just tidying up my own. Yeah, you can put a ghost anywhere you want in vanilla. Well, you can put a ghost anywhere you want anytime, I think, GP. But if you put a ghost down, it doesn't drill very much. You don't get very much ore out of the ground if you put ghosts down. If you just use ghosts, rather. They tend not to drill all that much.
I want another one in here. We need to move. I think we need to move this pylon.
Okay. It doesn't go anywhere anyway. It's just it was a pylon to nowhere, so that's fine. Oh, it was powering that one.
No, I've done it. It was powering that. Yeah.
That's all right. You can fix that in a moment. Oh, and another one's failed again while we're watching. Give those to you. Alright, so that's more iron ore. Question is it enough? And there are some green circuits flowing now, so it's certainly helped. But looking down here, this belt is not starting to back up yet. This belt is not full. If you can see, it's mostly full as it goes up here. So we have got almost half a belt coming through, but it's not quite enough to keep the system happy. But it's certainly a lot better than it was before. And you can now also see there's at least some iron flowing up to the green circuit production that we had that we were looking at earlier. So that is now starting to make green circuits. So it is better.
Better is good. Severely depleting it.
Yeah, and this patch has 210,000 iron left in it. For idle curiosity. Okay, you've used slightly more than half the iron from that patch. You've used 225,000 iron ore, and there's 210,000 left. I like the way you think. I don't like whoever put that pile on there. Yeah, it's got your name on it, I blame you.
Rude.
But fair.
Thank you.
No problem.
Might just have one more actually. Oh, I've not got any more. No, just used them all.
Yeah.
Even all the ones I've taken up. And the rest all healthy still. Yeah.
I mean, you can make more if you want, but it doesn't matter too much.
No, that's fine. Sorry for now. Right.
Yeah, they've all got at least 1,000 left, I think. Oh no, this one's only got 478. 373 on this one. 373 left in that one. Oh, 173 left in that one. It's not going to last long. I mean, it's going to last long enough that it's not worth sitting here staring at it, but it's not going to last very long.
Exactly, yeah. We're going a little bit quicker.
Yeah, look, the right-hand side of this belt is now stuttering rather than flowing solidly. So that means you are now providing enough to keep the smelting stack happy.
Now, I think I spotted another problem over here, or maybe a problem.
I wouldn't be surprised.
The coal is coming out very sporadically.
Mm-hmm. That is indeed a problem.
I've got a machine here doing nothing.
Oh yeah, that one's used it all up. You might want to pocket craft another sort of dozen mining drills just to get you, just so you've got some available.
No, these ones, isn't it?
Yeah.
Electric?
Yes, electric ones. That's the one.
take a quick detour into here a minute.
Yeah, just keep the guns dangerous.
Yeah. We're almost out of coal actually here completely, aren't we? Going that way.
Yeah, there's 78,000 left in the patch, but some of it is underneath the oil refinery, and some of it's underneath the pipes. So you can't get at all of it, but there is still 78,000 there. And for reference, you have so far used 86,000. So again, you've used slightly more than half of the coal as well. You may want to start thinking at some point what you're going to do when those patches run out, because they are going to run out eventually, and it'll probably happen sooner than you expect, and you'll panic. The map is easier to see if you turn the pollution off.
Oh yeah. So that's my coal patch I'm using in a minute.
Yeah.
Where's the next coal patch? Oh, big patch down there.
4.3 million there. So that's that 4.3. The patch you started with was about 160,000. That patch you found off to the south is 4.3 million. So it's 30 times the size of the one you had before. So that's going to keep you going for a little while.
Gonna be worth it, but there's some biters very, very close.
Yeah, you might have to learn to deal with those.
Yeah. Okay.
Looking around. Oh no, it's not the only other coal patch you've found. Or the radars have found, but there's only a couple of them. There's not a lot of coal around actually at the moment. Oh no, I found another patch as well, but it's not a very big one. Yep, that was the second one I found.
3.1 and the little one there.
Yeah, you see the little one there. That's still 10 times the amount that you had in your starter patch. But the further you go away from the starting point, the bigger the more you get in the patches. Like this iron ore patch down here is 10 million.
Because it probably becomes more dangerous to get things.
Yes.
My factory.
And more effort is required to transport the resources around, and you might want to think about something other than belts at that point. But when you decide to try and do something different is basically up to you.
Yeah.
Indeed, as Doopy says, things are running low out there. There are more resources, but there's the good things and the bad things. But you still have at least some left over here. And of course, because the way it's laid out, that belt on those mining drills on the left are only feeding the power supply. In a way, that's a good thing, because it means you've got a dedicated supply going to just power, so you're less likely to run out of power. However, it does mean it's not feeding any out to your what's going on over there, iron smelting. That was the thing that was having the problems.
Yeah. How are we doing for this now? Is it massively still?
It's made it will have made no difference, because the extra drills you've just put in are only feeding onto the belt that goes up to the coal supply. Sorry, the power supply, power generation.
Supply. I see.
Indeed. I have every confidence in you that you can do something about that, but it is a thing to consider. I know how I'd do it, but
I mean, this side of the belt's barely moving, or is that just a...
It's correct. It is not, because it's barely moving, because that belt just goes to power generation, and the coal is being taken off the left-hand side of the belt for that. because that's the nearer side to the inserters. So that's the one they want. That's the one they want to take from. Yeah, we had a blackout last week, I think. Power production just went zip and went, and there was a general panic, as is traditional when the power supply goes down.
So can we stop this going into this side at the end?
So, general advice: find the place where the problem is, and sort of work backwards from it until you get to a point where you've worked out that's where the problem is, and you can hopefully then do something about it. I don't know how helpful that is. In my head, it was helpful, but in practice, I'm not sure if it actually was. So the problem is way off to the east, where the coal is being taken in order to generate power. If you follow it backwards, you end up going along this belt here, and you get to about here, and there's still and there's not enough coal coming through there. So you need to get a bit more coal onto that belt, basically.
Yeah. What's this one doing down here?
That's the plastic production.
I feel like it's taking all the coal to these belts and nothing up there. So have I got this on a priority?
No, it's just because there's not very much demand on the belt. That is a 50-50 priority. It can go. The coal is allowed to go either way. It's just that there's not very much demand on the ones out to the right, so they've backed up because there's nothing taking it off them. So 50% of the coal going that way is plenty for those, but 50% of the coal going the other way, or actually now 100% of the coal going the other way, is not enough for the iron smelting.
So if I change this to priority to the left, would that help?
No, it's already effectively doing that, nearly doing that, because there's so little going off to the right that what's being produced is all already going off to the left.
Okay.
There is plenty of coal being produced somewhere, though.
Am I on the right track thinking is this belt?
Sort of. There is indeed lots of coal on that belt, although it's not being produced down the other end of it. It's being produced at the source end of that belt. Yeah, so you've got lots of coal coming from down there. But you see how those belts aren't moving because there's not very much demand on the end of those belts. So most of your mining drills over there that you're standing by at the moment aren't doing anything because they don't need to. There's very little demand. However, there is on that particular belt.
There is demand,
but there isn't very much because that's just going off to the power generation area. It's not able to get to the iron smelting.
So if we split this and send it off that direction,
that could do it. Yeah. Or just put it straight onto the other belt. You don't really need a splitter. It's a slightly odd thing that the way it's being fed up and then side loaded on beyond that splitter. You could just have it all go onto the same belt here.
Down here.
Yeah, if you want. Alright, you're side loading it again, so it's only going onto one side of the belt.
Ah.
So, how would you get it
that's not going to work.
How would you merge the two streams together? Merge the two belts together, rather. Hello, No Guard. No, we haven't got to construction bots yet. There's currently confusion in how to merge belts together. Although that said, actually, I was going to say you want to do something to merge them a bit better than this. The rate it's flowing through, actually, this does seem to be It is actually keeping up, funnily enough. It's not the best way to do it. Right. So while you had that the belt feeding in down here, the furnace stack for doing the coal smelting was getting plenty of coal through. So that was in the right direction. It just wasn't quite. It just wasn't quite the. It works, but there's something else you should probably do to make it a bit nicer. And to allow you to get the coal onto both sides of the belt as it carries on up here. Not quite. So if you want to merge two belts together.
Yes. I was thinking a T thingy.
No. You got two belts. The T thing is when you want to put one belt onto one side of the output belt and the other belt onto the other side of the output belt. In this case, you just want to merge the two belts. They've both got coal on both sides, and that's fine. You want this to be an entire belt of coal. Shall I just show you? Because this is. Oh, no guard has given you the clue that I was not giving you.
Splitters are also mergers.
Does that help?
Okay. I did need a splitter. I said ages ago.
Did you? If you did and I said no, then I apologise. But I don't. I must have been talking about something else. I don't know. Yes, there we go. That's the solution I was looking for.
Okay.
What's technically slightly more elegant would be to do this. And then you're just using the one splitter that was already there, and that saves you a splitter. But it doesn't really matter. They're functionally identical. However, one other thing I would recommend. Power is far more important than iron smelting. So I would recommend that you prioritise sending the coal to the power. It won't make an enormous difference, but it will because it is sort of basically keeping up. But
that's to the left.
Yes. Yeah, I would recommend doing that just to make sure that the power is always the highest priority. Yes, as no guard agrees with me. He's saying the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get a bit quicker. Still not amazing.
No, but it's a lot better than it was before.
But then it was.
Yeah, but you could get a bit more coal out of this patch, but you're gonna struggle to make an enormous improvement.
I think I've got some in my inventory as well now.
Yeah, you have. Just find machines to chuck that in if you want to get rid of it. I'm not a machine to chuck it in, but you could technically throw it in my inventory. I just go, hey.
I wasn't trying to do that, but
it looked like you were, and that's totally the sort of thing I would do to you.
Oh.
So.
Control
left click. Control click. And if you just hold that down and then run up the stack of furnaces, you can just throw all of your coal into them. That one's probably already full. There we go. There you go. You got rid of it all. Right. And that's how we tidy our inventory up, boys and girls.
What's the other thing I've got loads of in here? Stone.
Loads of stone. Yeah. Stone is being cooked into stone bricks and being made into railway. I think those are the places it's being used.
Over here somewhere. No. I'll just look at the thingy.
Yeah, you're nearly there. It's just up here.
Okay.
Yeah, you're potentially right, No Guard. I think it's something that isn't enormously relevant, but certainly wouldn't be too much of a cheat. No Guard thinks I should show you how to take things from one side of a belt to both sides of the same belt, because it doesn't. The thing is, it doesn't actually increase your throughput because you're just putting. It just increases the amount you're buffering, because you're getting twice as much onto. You're taking half a belt and turning it into a whole belt, so it doesn't really matter most of the time. Right, those machines are now all full, so you can't put any more in. You're carrying so much stone around with you that even dumping it into those 6 furnaces up there was not enough to get rid of it all.
Is there any other things
There's the
using
one you
stone?
just ran into there. Did you do? Did you? No, you haven't done the railway line one yet.
No.
I think that's yes, that's everything you're using stone for at the moment. So the rest of you will just have to cuddle until... Well, actually, there's stone brick being used up here, so these machines are gradually emptying, so you can put a bit more into them now. How much have you even got? But doing a little bit at a time is going to take you a while.
Yeah.
You can drop it onto the belt, but that takes forever. I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay.
Yeah, but if the machines are stopped because they're only feeding half a belt, then that means the machines are running fast enough. Because there is... If you end up putting it onto both sides of the belt, then you're just increasing the amount you've got buffered. You're not increasing the amount you can create. So, where were we before all of that?
I have no idea. We were doing something up here, weren't we? Because I just placed some ghosts and...
You're... Oh yeah, yes, you were going to make productivity modules.
Productivity modules.
And you can disagree if you want, Nogar, but I'm afraid you'll still be wrong. Because if you've got... I mean, I'm going to steal the camera for a moment. Take over here, for example, where we've got these furnaces feeding out onto a belt here. If I put in a balancer, a side balancer in here to get it onto both sides of the belt, then okay, at the moment the system is running quite slowly, so it would fill up the other side of the belt. We get a bit more iron pulled through into it, sure, but if we then get to the point where we're using up all of the iron and we're pulling it through much faster for whatever reason because something starts using it, then these machines are still only going to be able to output at a half belt rate. So yes, there'd be a little bit extra buffered on the belt over here and going up to the machines wherever they are, but in the long run it wouldn't actually improve anything. So what would improve things would be having a wiggle in the belt around here, so these machines are loading up both sides of the belt, so you potentially then have twice as much output available. But putting in a balancer on to put it onto both sides of the belt after the output would make no difference at all. I suppose unless you upgraded this to a red belt as well. At that point, then it's but then again you're doing other things as well. So it's I disagree. I think, as I say, I think you're creating more buffer, which isn't necessarily a bad thing to do. However, it's not going to help your overall throughput in the long term. Right, back over to Jen. See what she's up to at the moment. Purple science.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have just got these productivity modules up and running over here. So they are now doing stuff. I've not done anything with the outputs yet. Because I haven't.
Oh, I don't mind. I quite like arguing as well, so I'm happy with that. Sorry, back to you, Jen. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt.
That's all right. So yes, I just need to actually work out where I'm getting the output from because I'm going to.
Exactly, Doopy. Yes, if you have output, if you have machines outputting to both sides of the belt, so you've got a full belt coming out. That's worth doing because then you get twice the output because you can use both sides of the belt. That yes, I'm not going to argue about that as being. I'm not going to suggest that doesn't help because it definitely does. What I'm arguing is that there's no point in putting it onto both sides of the belt after it's already left the production area. You probably want that going the other way.
Because it might
Sorry,
as well taking it around there and up there.
Okay, no, sorry. I'll let you do. So I shouldn't make random suggestions. I will let you do what you do it your way. I apologise. Kind of.
Okay.
Yes, Jen's input is far more interesting and far more important and relevant and stuff. Especially when she's making little red boxes with a light on them.
Oops.
Oop.
Oh, how did I do that? Okay.
Yeah, that was your insistence on putting a straight in on a place where you want to put the corner, and then putting the corner in afterwards. That I've commented on before.
What that I ended up doing here?
Yes. So you came.
Okay.
You built. I'm just going to pull that up for a second. You built down here, and then you put in a straight on the end of it, which tipped the productivity modules off onto the green circuit belt. What you actually wanted to do was put in a belt going over to the left like that, or a right turn, so to go to the left, just straight away, and then that way you wouldn't build. If I have that with the modules on there, and then I put in a piece that's pointing to the left, they just go straight around the corner, and they don't end up on the belt at the bottom. Oh, I will agree with yes, I will agree with your caveat there, No Guard. Yes, a full belt is much more satisfying. No argument from me on that one. Okay, so you've got your productivity modules coming around, and then.
And then I need my train track and my electric doodahs. Those things.
Furnaces.
Furnaces. Yes, that word. So I'm just got to a point where I kind of thought, gonna need to put this onto one belt.
Yep.
I've got my favourite thing to do. Yay!
Yeah, but you've solved that one now. You understand it. You can do it. I have every faith.
I do understand.
Well, I have some faith. A little bit of faith.
Okay.
If you're partway through, then that's fine. Yep, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
No God appreciates your nexus of belts. Nexus is a good word. They are all just coming together here very nicely, aren't they? Can I give you a piece of advice, Jen? I know, actually, I can give you lots of pieces of advice. I have been. Red inserters, whilst they're very useful because they have the long arms, they're very slow.
Okay.
Back that up with actual numbers.
Oh, I see. What, this one?
No, there isn't any of that yet that is a problem. But
Okay.
it's a thing to consider for what you're about to do. So making a purple science, well, technically making 3 purple sciences, but making purple science requires 1 productivity module, 1 electric furnace, and 30 pieces of rail. Red are indeed faster than yellows, yes, but they're much slower than blues and enormously slower than greens. It's... what is the... yeah, they're about a third faster than the blue ones. Sorry, a third faster than the yellow ones, but the blue ones are twice as fast as the reds, and the greens are functionally, at the moment, three times faster than the blues? Yeah, 3 times faster than the blues, because stacks. Okay, that's... yeah, that gets around the problem I was talking about. It's different,
Okay.
different from the way I was thinking you were going to set things up, but no, that's fine. That's good. That means I have to drink, I guess. Yeah, that's
That was why I was wondering why you were about red inserters, because I was thinking of using.
Yeah, so what I thought you were going to do, I thought you were going to bring that belt down here, and then use red inserters to load it into the assembly machines. But you're not, so you know that's yeah, that's absolutely fine.
See, you made the mistake of trying to guess what I was doing again.
I did, yeah. It's dangerous, that one.
It is. Can you get me some power for those machines, please?
Unpredictable.
Yep. How I like it. Right. What was the shortcut to copy the thingy?
Shift right click to copy and shift left click to paste.
And then we need to put them somewhere. Ah. That's where I need my my long-handled one.
Yeah, but the output isn't all that many things. You're taking a lot of stuff on the inputs, but you're not producing all that much output. So you're taking in 32 items and you're producing 3. So having a slow inserter on the output for this particular recipe doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. I need to move that pole because it's in my way.
Oh, it's because I put the light in. That's my bad. I'll put the pole back in, but there's a gap at the top there now for you to put the where the light was. I'm just trying to keep the factory lit up and pretty.
Fair enough. That top one was just going 10 to the dozen. Because it takes the 10, I guess.
Oh.
And then I see, and then the next one does it, and so on. Right, I've run out of research. That's just I know. No, I haven't. Doing stuff. Almost. Oh no.
Yeah, the research is running quite slowly at the moment. That's something you might want to have a look into when you have a moment to think about it.
Okay. Definitely slow down.
Mm-hmm. Should we go and have a look? Yeah, I've been lighting up all the science production areas with the appropriate colours of lights because it because it makes me happy. Right, so you've got 2 labs running at the moment. Oh, 3 labs running now. 2 labs running
red,
again.
Isn't it?
Yeah, you're having difficulties with red science packs.
Okay, what's going on with red science? I've probably done something, used their things for other things. Is that what I've done? Where does it output the red science? Onto that side of the belt.
Yeah, that's right. That's where the red science should go. Remember, if you click on the machine, have a look inside it and see what its problem is.
So it's a copper plate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not enough copper plates.
That is not enough copper.
No, we've had lots of it today. Not enough coal, not enough.
Yeah.
Oh. My furnaces. Furnacing?
Some of them are. You've
No
got
ingredient.
7 of them. About half of them are running. So
Oh,
not enough copper
no
already in the late game.
ingredients.
Oh, she's off. Follow, 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 follow. Catch up, catch up, catch up, catch up. Yeah, running down a belt isn't quicker if the belt's going in the wrong direction.
No, I realised that.
Oh, good.
Uh,
This looks like a fairly easy problem to fix,
we
at least.
just need some more, I guess.
More. More is
More.
always the answer.
Oh.
How much copper do I need? More is always the answer.
You move. Thank you.
Turns out I'm slightly mobile.
Okay, so that's making some more.
Yeah, you've more than doubled the amount of copper being pulled out. And since about half of your furnaces were running before, that feels like it's probably going to be enough to keep those furnaces running. Whether that's enough to keep the factory satisfied, well, who knows? No God has good advice there.
Oh.
We've learnt about copy-paste. I don't think we've actually covered blueprints yet, but copy-paste is good enough at this sort of stage, I think, for this sort of thing. Oh, there we go. He's fixed it already. No, it needs time to flow through a bit further than this before we can call it fixed. I think it just happened to finish at that point.
Oh. Worker robot speed 1. Probably need to actually make some
worker robots
Worker
first.
robots
Yeah,
first.
would help. would make that a little bit more useful.
Yeah. A lot of robotic stuff.
Yeah, robots are amazing.
Oh.
It's like me, but with less complaining.
Mm.
So there you go. If you look at your input there of the copper ore coming in, you can see that's now that's filling up the belt that goes down the furnace stack, and now starting to back up just about across the top. So you've got enough copper ore coming in at the moment to keep all of your furnaces happy. The question is, have you got enough furnaces to keep all of your factory happy? And that's the thing where you kind of have to wait a bit for it to flow through and find out, because there's going to be quite a lot of filling all the belts up again, and then there's going to be a massive flurry of you being used for the red science down at the bottom, so that's going to carry on using that. So you need to fill up the red science belt as well. There's quite a lot of. It takes quite a long time after fixing a thing in Factorio for it to flow through fill up all the buffers essentially, and get everything running properly again. But it's. I'm cautiously optimistic that it's going to be an improvement.
Okay. Good. Wondering what were we doing before?
Purple science.
Purple science.
We've got a belt full of purple science up here.
Yay! And not doing anything with it. So let's do something with it.
Sounds like an excellent idea.
So we need to feed it into the other science packs down there, the science labs?
Into the labs, yes.
Can I feed it onto the other side of the grey science?
You can. I suggest you have a think about what's going to happen to it at the other end before you do that.
Before I do that.
So when it gets to here, what's going to happen?
Oh, nothing, because
until you run out of grey science packs, and then it'll just then they'll go in. Yeah, it'll be horrible. However, I mean, you could bring it down on there and then split it off. So just to save you running another belt down the sort of the full height of the factory. But you will have to do something. You'll have to do something with it when it gets to here.
How do I get that in then? Because it's got like 4 inputs from the same.
Yeah. So I can think of 2 ways off the top of my head to get it to work. One of them is a little bit contrived and awkward and probably not worth the effort when there's only 7 science packs in the game. Oh no, I thought of the third way. That's basically the same as the second way, but yeah. Got a lot more labs running now, though, so that suggests that the fixes you made with the copper have been sufficient to get a decent amount of red science flowing through.
That's good. I don't know how to solve this problem, but that's good. I got.
So, with other machines, how have you fared? More than if you needed to feed more than 4 ingredients into a machine, in general, how would you go about it? Forget the science labs for the moment. Or actually,
I usually have both sides going on.
Yeah, so that'd be one way to do it.
With science labs, because it all filters down, I think that's what's confusing me.
Yeah, you don't have to filter it down through them like that.
Right. So we'd have to redesign this a little bit, and
yeah, but then this is Factorio. A bit of redesigning is absolutely fine. It's sort of almost what it's about.
I'm gonna have less labs though, surely, because
yes, but I'm not sure that's necessarily a problem. And if you have less, if you don't have these stacks of 3, you could rearrange things and put them in a different arrangement and still feed them in different ways.
So I'm thinking if we take the middle line out and then filter the belts in around there and around there.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at your screen when you said that. But yeah, I think you're on the right. Yes, I agree with what you're saying. That was my first. This is probably the easiest way to do it. Way of doing it. Take the inserters from above them first, because that'll stop you ending up with a load of science packs on the floor.
Okay.
You'll still potentially end up with some in your inventory, but you'll end up with fewer. It's slightly tidier. Yeah, I seem to be having trouble with the moderation. I don't seem to have a delete messages option, unfortunately, and I don't know why not. I've reported and banned him, but I don't know how to. Oh, okay, Tristan's now gone in and done it properly. I don't know why. I don't seem to have the ability to. My Twitch window does not let me do things like that, and I don't really know why, and it's kind of weird and annoying. Anyway, back to the things that actually matter. Yeah, and I pull them all up, but yeah, the ones along the bottom will start to struggle because they won't be fed any either. But right, that's now all finished. So you might as well pull up all of those labs across the middle.
Okay.
We'll decide what to do with the bottom row of labs in a minute. Okay, so you're going to have purple science coming from somewhere. In fact, potentially, it sounds like, from what you're saying you wanted to do, you're going to have purple science coming down the other side of this belt.
Mm.
So So once again, I can think of a couple of ways to sort that. And this is always the way in Factorio, because it's an open world, it's an open sandbox game. You can do whatever you want. There's always going to be multiple ways to solve any problem you come across. And the fact that when I say I've thought of 2 ways, I'm sure other people in the chat might think of a bajillion more. But those are just a couple I've thought of.
I was going to bring it down this side, but I'm just having a bit of a brain moment about, because we've got essentially 4 inputs here and we want 5 now.
Yes. I can tell you, for reference, there are eventually going to be 7 science packs in total, if you want to take that into consideration while you're building and designing it. Seafood can be entertaining, but it's a little overkill when you've only got 7 science packs. Although when I did a sort of a relatively newbie run with Al a while back, I did spend some time while he was off doing other sciences, and I was getting a little bit bored. I did run off and built up an entire system like the one you were suggesting, because I'd never done it, and it seemed like a fun thing to try. Oh, and of course in my first space exploration run, I had a massive one, because space exploration has 8, 24, 20, close to 30 science packs, I think. Even more if you add K2 in as well, of course. So, what are you thinking, Jen? Put some words around it, and we can all go. That's. Or actually, just talking about it is probably going to help you with the thinking about it as well as entertaining us.
So I was thinking that if I take the purple down on the side of that belt, I'm still going to have to split it out down here.
Okay.
Because there's nowhere for it to go on that belt.
Yes, that's correct. There is nowhere for it to go on the belt as it is at the moment. That's correct.
So I was thinking of putting a splitter in here.
Okay.
Or I would for the beach. And then splitting the purple one, or running a belt for the purple one down here and do that.
Okay.
Actually.
Yeah, that seems perfectly reasonable. Suggest you put the filter in on the splitter before you do any more building, or you're just going to end up with grey science everywhere.
Right, so input priority would be right.
Pick a bucket or 2. Input priority doesn't matter. There's only 1 input on it, so you can't prioritise it.
So I want the output to go to the left.
You want to filter the output because you want a specific thing to go on one side or the other.
Don't filter that. Splitters blow my mind. So is that right?
Yeah. So any purple science that comes down here now will end up on the other. Will end up being popped out on that side.
What's that on there? And then we want to run belt along here.
Yep. Yeah, I think I agree, Nogard. Just because you can feed from lab to lab, I don't think there's any real reason to necessarily to do it. It's generally, at least in vanilla, it's generally a lot easier to do. Oops, I accidentally put some productivity modules in there. That's a good thing, but we should probably let Jen do it. Other side of the belt. There we go.
Can I feed straight into there, or will it with this belt, or do I need to move out and go back in?
You need to go out and go back in again. Technically, if it was the grey ones, and because they're on the left hand side of the belt, they would actually end up going through here. However, that's a sort of a weird thing that used to be a thing that you had to use before filter splitters were a thing. So in the olden days, if you wanted to split off from a one side of a belt, you had to do it like that. I'm just going to steal some underground belts from you for making the point. You have to basically do it like that, and then if I've done this, if I put, say, some pipes on the right side of the belt, you'll see that they will go through, and they go through the underground belt. But if I put some long-handled inserters on the left side of the belt, they will get stopped when they hit the underground belt there. So that used to be the way to separate off side balance, the way to set off belts. That used to be the way to split off belts that had different things on different sides of them. These days we have the much more modern version of the filter splitter, which is much easier, and so this is more of a sort of a curiosity than something people actually use, unless they're, well, I think any time I've used it, it's been by mistake, and it's caused problems.
Okay.
And if you still use it and it is actually useful for you, then more power to you. I'm not going to object to it, but I don't tend to use it. I'm aware it is a thing that can be done, but it's not a thing that I actually do. To be fair, me saying most people might be absolute nonsense. Personally, I guess I'm only really qualified to speak for myself. Oh, she's run off again. Follow. Yeah, perhaps if you said it's a useful trick to have in your toolbox, just in case for sort of rare occasions when something weird is useful, then yeah, I would happily go with that. That I'm fine with. True, you could do it for inputs and outputs on the same line, but then why not just use a filter splitter?
Well, this put it just on the belt randomly.
No, that'll put it all on the. I'm going to say the starboard side because it's a downwards going belt. It's going to put it on the opposite side to the grey science, so it is going to do what you want, as long as you never put in more grey science machines at the top that feed onto the other side of the belt, which is unlikely. But it's if you want to be careful. So if you set this up as you're doing at the moment, it will work. However, if you want to be absolutely careful to make sure that nothing can gum it up in the future, you put one of the T-junction things in there.
Okay.
But as I say, this would work because you notice the grey science is all on the port side of the belt, and you're feeding in onto the starboard side, so it would end up on that side. I use port and starboard very, very deliberately there because they mean relative to the thing. Like if you're on a boat, port and starboard are relative to the boat, left and right are relative to the person, and that's sort of important or relevant in this particular case because the belt is going downwards. I'm also just being a massive nerd because that's just me. Hooray! Off she goes with the science.
Okay. Oh, hello. Wrong button. Not clicking my way. Hands off. Right. Them.
Yeah, okay. No, that's a perfectly fair point to be using it. No guard. Yeah, it is. I suppose yes, it could be smaller. Yeah, fair enough. No, I can see the use for that actually. Wrong way around, Jen. I take back it's completely useless. It's not completely useless. In a normal, typical build, you probably wouldn't bother. But yeah, if you're trying to do something where you're trying to really, really cram stuff in, I can see the reasons why you would do that. No, that does make sense.
Too far away.
I was going to say mind the green circuit belt, but you did, so that's okay.
Ow.
Right, if you want to, rather than running all the way down to the labs, if you go over to the machines that are making the purple science, once you've finished building this belt, rather at least, you can empty the purple science packs out of your inventory and put them straight into that machine, into those machines, and they will then be unloaded back onto the belt. It's easier than trying to drop them individually. So yeah, if you open that and then take the purple science, oh, you haven't opened the machine, you press D. So go into the machine, click on the machine, and now you can put the purple science packs into the output slot in that machine. Yeah, that's right. And they will be put back onto the belt, and it just saves you having to run all the way down to the labs to put them back into the machines down there.
Ah, that's useful.
Yeah.
Purple science is already backing up.
You've missed a belt, please. Piece of belt.
Missed a belt.
Easily done. There we go. Now they're flowing through nicely. For now.
Yeah, I was going to say, only because we had a backlog, I think.
Yeah.
But,
oh, very much so. They will now, run out. I'm slightly amused that you very, very carefully set up this machine to make the electric furnaces in such a way that you could put more of them in later when you realise you didn't have enough of them. And now there's a belt going straight through the way you put the next ones in. But, future Jen's problem.
Yeah, great plans at the time, clearly. Go and see what's going on down here.
Yeah, make sure this behaves itself when it gets to the other end. I mean, I have every confidence, but it's good. It's always nice to see these things work when you just set them on and set them up. I like that you're not watching the bit where it might break, but no, it's fine. It didn't break.
It didn't break.
No.
I had faith. I was just waiting for it to filter around. Fighting.
Yeah.
Purple science, doing purpley science things.
I mean, it's not really. It's just been put into the labs. But yeah, it's an important step forward. Yeah. So, one of the... all three of the things that go into the purple science are quite relevant and quite useful things that you may want to sort of think about a bit. But at the moment, there's something that Doopy said a while back that I think is probably worth drawing attention. Well, I won't draw your attention to the specific message because it's ages ago, and I don't think you can scroll in these windows. But one of the things you've made is extremely useful for making stuff cheaper. So, have I told you what productivity modules do?
Make productivity better?
Yes. So if you put productivity modules in a machine, then you get extra stuff for free. So if the machine runs, so what is it? Tier 1s are plus 4% productivity. Okay, so if you put one productivity module in a machine, every time the machine runs, you get 104% of a thing. So you get your thing, and then you have 4% left over. So after it's run 25 times, you get an extra one completely free. So you don't have to pay. You don't have to put the extra resources in to get that extra item out of it. So that means you can quite literally get stuff for free. Basically for free, at the cost of making the machine run quite a lot slower and making it use more power. But free stuff. And at this point, they're quite expensive, so I wouldn't recommend going along and putting them in absolutely every machine. However, you can put them in. You can also put them in science labs, and that means all of your science goes 4% further. Or to put it another way, you need 4% less science, or ish, in order to do any given research. And given that science is the most expensive thing in your factory because it's what all of your resources go into making, it's very, very worth trying to put the best productivity modules you can into your labs.
I see. So if I go and get... I'm going on that side.
However, also be aware that this will make them run slower, so you won't get as many... So your science will be running slower, but it'll be using fewer science packs. Productivity module equals factory rebate, says Nogard, and yes, that's a lovely way of describing it. Yes, you get a 4% rebate for every fit time the machine runs.
So the productivity
And
modules we've only got a few of.
yeah, they're being made rather slowly due to a lack of input resources.
Yeah, so it's mainly the. Is there a way to make the red chips go quicker? Let's go and have a look at what's going on down the red chips. To the entire other side of the lab.
Of course.
Factory.
Oh, we've got a red alert on the map. So one of the turrets picked up a bit of damage. It hasn't been destroyed, but a turret picked up some damage in the last attack that hit it.
Oh, great. Caught by my own pipes.
That's what pipes are for, basically.
Getting in the way.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, there's a couple of them. They've picked up a bit of damage, so clearly some of the biters have got just about close enough, or just been able to attack them. So they picked up a little bit of damage. They're not heavily damaged, but when they're starting to pick up little bits of damage, it means it's time to start thinking about improving the defences somehow. And you made about 650 ways of improving the defences by mistake earlier. So.
Yeah, I vaguely remember this. What am I looking for?
You didn't pick them all up because that would have been crazy and would have filled up your inventory. You picked up 6 of them though, by the looks of it.
You're looking for the thing that says 6.
Oh no, maybe it's a 4. I can't. It's hard to tell. The font is quite small.
No. You think it's 4? Say 4. Gun turret.
There we go.
Because I was making loads of them.
Yeah, you. So, look at over here. See where the biters are coming into, and think about where you could put gun turrets to give you the most extra coverage of where they're getting to. Now, I wouldn't recommend putting them further forwards because then the gun turrets won't be able to cover each other as nicely. But extending the line of them feels like a good idea to me.
Down this way?
No, those are going to be way out of range. Look where all the dead biters are. Basically, I'm suggesting you want to put in some more turrets like that. Because those will all be able, because all the biters are getting into this sort of area, and this is the killing zone. So you don't want to put turrets closer to the killing zone because then they'll get attacked first, and that'll essentially push the biters where the combat happens further back, and it'll be more out of range of the turrets you already have. But you do want to have biters in the base, eating your red circuit production systems. I'll just load up these turrets before I go away.
Oh my gosh. Oh, my pipes! I'm stuck in my pipes!
The shotgun is rubbish. I've done more damage to the assembly machines than I did to the bot. That's not quite true, but they destroyed 12 things, and that's terrible. I'll repair the damage I did at least. There we go. That's as many as 4 threes.
Oh, you already did it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm being too helpful. I should know. Ow! Learn better.
That's fine.
Trod in the goo.
You. Okay. My mind's blown now. Oh, did we fix the gun turret problem for now?
Yeah, we put in another 4 turrets up there. I
from?
put some more ammunition in it. That's a good question. It's kind of hard to say. You kind of need to spot them on the way in to work out where they come from. So the wall you built earlier appears to be completely unmolested. So they probably didn't come through it. Well, they didn't come through it. So that means they probably didn't come from this nest down here. However, that does seem
to... on a different view. Which nest?
Sorry. Hit M and have a look from there. Down a bit. South. So I was going to say they probably didn't come from that one, but that's the only one that's taking pollution. So it seems unlikely that they'd have come from anywhere else. So maybe they just happened to path from there and they went round the right-hand side of the lake instead of the left-hand side of the lake. But to be honest, I don't know. I don't know where they came from. I was wondering at first if it was that nest, but then that nest isn't getting any pollution, so they shouldn't be. So it shouldn't be sending any biters in. Now it is also possible that another biter nest has started somewhere, maybe in this sort of area. I don't know. It's hard to tell. However, it is also midnight, so I think this might be a point to sort of draw a line on this on this stream, and next time we can think about looking into shortages, because there's lots of things you've got shortages of. There's various things. Have a good look around the factory. Look at all the places where there's shortages of anything. Have a look at. Think about where the biters are coming from. Maybe think about building up some defences. Maybe taking the fight to the biters, and potentially it might be getting on for getting to the sort of time when you should start thinking about considering expanding out to other resource patches, because that coal patch is 64,000. So you've used about a quarter of it since I was last talking about how much coal we have, because it was on about 80-something thousand I think before. We've now used 102,000, and there's 60,000 left. So we are now, we're well over halfway through it. So I think it's time to start thinking about resources and defend. Basically, it's time to start thinking about expanding in all kinds of ways. Expanding the amount of stuff you're producing, expanding the factory to get more resource patches, and expanding your territory to make the whole area safer.
Okay.
So those are all.
Sounds like some plans in place for next week.
Indeed. So lots of things to think about. There's your homework. Some things to ponder during the week when you're driving from A to B and just haven't got anything better to do with yourself apart from sing along to musicals. You can think about your factory and how you want to improve it.
Okay. I didn't realise I was signing up for homework. What?
just wait until you're going to try and get to sleep and you can see belts behind your eyelids. That definitely happens.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need a bit of a summary of the stream, don't we? Do you want to do that, or shall I take it?
You can take it.
Okay, so what have we been up to today? Well, the big headline has to be that we've got purple science being produced now. I mean, it's not being produced quickly. In fact, actually, no, it is being produced, just not quickly, but it is being produced. That is a big thing. Grey science also being produced, and that's being produced at a significantly more impressive rate. That's trickling through. But fast enough that we have quite a lot of it sitting on the belt around here. So that's going well. We've had to redesign the labs as well to allow us to feed all of that stuff in. We've expanded the iron mining quite a bit because we discovered there was a crisis there, and also the copper mining for the same sort of reasons. So those have been drastically improved, and the coal mining as well. That took a bit of a tweak, and we now have more coal. I mean, it's not huge quantities of it, but it is sufficient at the moment. We've got enough going on down here that he's keeping everything happy by the looks of it. And so that's keeping the iron is now flowing nicely. We've got loads of ammunition being produced. Is there anything else new? And all the stuff up here it was already here. We've been rebuffing the attacks from the biters up there. We've put in another small defensive area down here, and we've had 7, 19, 4, and 3 kills from those turrets. So they've not been useless. They've done stuff, and they've shot off some of their ammunition as well, as turrets tend to. The ones up here will have got significantly larger numbers. Yeah, we're seeing 53, 81, 30, 41, 49, 51. There's decent numbers of kills on these turrets up here, but not enormous numbers yet, but healthy numbers. Well, healthy for us, not so healthy for the biters. But yeah, big headline things. Purple science, grey science, both up and running quite nicely, and a bit of a boost to all of the resource inputs, and a little bit of concern over the quantity of them that's remaining. So, I think that's all the stuff. Yeah, great work indeed, Jen. As Doopy says, well done. Made some good progress. The factory has indeed grown. And yeah, next time we will try and make it grow in 3 different ways that we've mentioned, and we'll see where it goes from there. So yeah, probably won't. I don't think we'll be doing another science pack next time. I don't think I doubt if you'll be getting to yellow, but you might get. I think there's still going to be some important progress made in slightly different directions. So, well done. Do you have any other final words, final thoughts, things you want to you're proud of or want to need to think about?
There's been quite a lot that's happened today. I'm pretty pleased with that. Grey, purple, some defences. Yeah, I feel like, and we've improved some stuff. So yeah, I think it's been a successful stream.
Yep, I would agree.
Successful play.
Excellent. Right. So that's it from us. Thank you everyone who's been watching. I will be back. What is it today? Today's Wednesday. I'll be back on Friday, not for a stream, but there'll be a video coming out on Friday. This is the first part of the edited down retrospective from the K2SE streams that we did. So we did a sort of a final stream where we had a bit of a chat about how the mod pack had gone, all those sort of things, what we liked, what we disliked, how we about all kinds of things. So if you haven't seen that, or if you'd like a sort of a bit of a recap in a slightly more summarised format, the video coming out on Friday is going to be the first part of that, where we'll discuss, the questions were, what did we like about space exploration and what did we dislike about space exploration and K2. We rambled quite a lot because that is our way, so we talked about quite a lot of other things as well, but that was the intent and the focus of this video. And then there's more of those to come as well as I edit them down. And then if you're a channel supporter, then you'll get to see the video, the first video showing what Tristan and Mark have been up to in the K2SE run since we finished it, and because they decided they wanted to carry on, they thought they'd go in and improve some of the things, play with some more of the end game toys as well. So that's going to be coming out on Friday. I'll be back on Monday with some more XCOM 2. So nobody died last week, although we did have a gatekeeper did open up a void rift of some sort there where everybody got hurt, which seemed very mean. I obviously need to concentrate on killing those things a bit more quickly. So I'll be doing that. Doing some more of that on Monday and carrying on with trying to get some more of the plot missions done, and maybe just blowing up some aliens for fun as well, because it's always good. And then on Wednesday we'll be back once again with some more of this, where, as I say, the factory must grow. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Good night.